Recording in progress. Good mornings and greetings to all of us. Welcome to the biggest student health international economics competition in Indonesia,
the 20th Economix Global Economic Challenges.
My name is Michael Abimanyu as the competition staff of the 20th Economix.
And my name is Natanaya Adristi as the competition staff of the 20th Economix.
And we will guide you through today's events as your masters of ceremony.
But before we proceed, I'm sure everyone is curious about what kind of event Economix is. We will give you a brief overview.
Economix is one of the biggest international events in the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, that is annually held by Canopy, the student body of Universitas Indonesia's undergraduate economics students.
In its 20th year, Economix returns with the grand theme, The Aftermath of Global and Political Insecurity, a Modern Challenge Towards Interdependencies.
And today is a special day for the 20th Economics competition because selected delegates who have successfully passed through various stages of the competition will participate in the grand final stage. And each team was given a case based on the theme of the competition. They were required to comprehend, research, and present. Then, each team must come up with the final solutions to the case that has been assigned to them. For the delegates, you have 12 minutes to present your work, followed by a 23-minute Q&A session with our judges.
The main objective of the grand finals is to assess the depth of knowledge from the participants regarding the grand theme of economics. In particular, the grand final stage will give participants a chance to present their cases to the experts. Accordingly, this assessment will contribute to the final points to win the competition.
But before moving on to the grand final stage, allow us to read out the rules for this grand final event.
Number 1. Participants are expected to wear appropriate attire in accordance with the rules from the liaison officer. Delegates are prohibited from using any alma mater jacket or other costumes showing the identity of the delegate's university during the events.
Number 2. Participants are expected to remain on the platform during the event and are not allowed to leave or enter the Zoom unless there is a network disruption. If one delegate from a team has problems with the network, the session must be continued by the other delegate from the same team, with the liaison officer being notified of the problem.
Number 3. Participants are expected to maintain a calm and conducive environment during the event.
Number 4. While on the platform, participants' microphones should be muted unless it's their turn to speak.
Number 5. It is strictly forbidden to create a situation that has the potential to cause disruption during the event.
Following that, the Chief Executive Officer of the 20th Economics, Mr. Wineto Ranadireksa, will deliver our opening remarks.
To Mr. Wineto Ranadireksa, the stage is yours.
Good morning, adjudicators and paper competition finalists. My name is Wineto Ranadireksa, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the 20th Economics Global Economic Challenges. First of all, I would like to congratulate every single one of you for making it through the conference stage and giving your best performance. Each of you was outstanding and got positive feedback from the adjudicators. However, the road to being the best of the best is not over yet. And today is the day that we've been waiting for, a stage where determine the winner of the 20th Economics Research Paper Competition, the grand final stage. The grand final stage was built to give the participants an experience of constructing a response towards a real challenge. This day, we will present a case study with a topic named Transformative Pathways for Sustainable Development, Embedding the Low-Carbon Circular Economy Principles in Global Value Chains. This case study is directly constructed by area, and you will give your best result in front of our notable adjudicators that kindly participate in this event. Please welcome Drs. Doan T. Ha as economist at area, Dr. Aladin Rilo as senior economic advisor at area, Dr. Venkatachalam Anbumozi as the Director of Research Strategy and Innovation, at Area, and Dr. Adil Khan Miankel, visiting fellow from Australian National University. Before ending my welcoming remarks, I would like to say many thanks to all parties involved in this event, especially our research partner, Area. It's an honor to us, and we hope that we can extend our collaboration in the next opportunity. Without further ado, I'm pleased to welcome you the 20th Economix Grand Final. Spirit.
Thank you for a warm welcome, Mr. Wineto. Following this, we will be having a brand moment with our food, beverage, and in-kind partners, Tanah Merah, Paragon, Segari, and Boba Box.
Dari sebuah kepercayaan, kami berhasil wujudkan banyak mimpi besar. Namun perjuangan kami tak berhenti sampai di sini. Gagal, jatuh, penuh tantangan. Tapi kami tak pernah hilang semangat. Dengan terus berinovasi untuk hasilkan produk terbaik dengan sepenuh hati. Berkolaborasi, berkreasi tanpa batas, mengembangkan potensi, menjadi cara kami untuk terus berlari. Sejak tahun 2019, kami bertransformasi menjadi Paragon Corp, yang terdiri dari Paragon Technology and Innovation, perusahaan lokal kosmetik terbesar se-Indonesia, serta Parama Global Inspira sebagai perusahaan distribusi. Kami memiliki 41 distribution center, lebih dari 10.000 Paragonian, dan kami akan terus berkembang. Dengan R&D center terbesar se-Indonesia, kami terus berinovasi menghasilkan brand-brand terbaik. Visi kami adalah memberikan kebermanfaatan yang lebih besar berdasarkan 4 pilar demi membantu sesama untuk kemajuan Indonesia. Mari berbagi mimpi yang sama untuk terus bertumbuh, berkolaborasi, mengembangkan potensi bersama Paragon Corp.
Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pinter masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pinter masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pinter masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pinter masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti.
Moving on, we'd like to introduce our Honorable Board of Adjudicators for today's Grand Final stage. Our adjudicators are members of our biggest research partner, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or as what we know as AREA. So our first adjudicator is Dr. Venkatechalam Anmozi. Dr. Venkatechalam Anmozi was a former consultant for United Nations Economic and Social Commissions for Asia and the Pacific in the Climate Change and Green Growth Project. He is also a former senior fellow and capacity building specialist at Asian Development Bank Institute. He is currently the Director of Research Strategy and Innovation at Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or as we know as AREA. Dr. Venkatechalam Anmozi graduated from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, receiving Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Engineering. He also graduated from Asian Institute of Technology, receiving Masters of Engineering in Environment, Resources and Development. Dr. Venkatechalam Anmozi received a diploma in Business Management from LaSalle University. And he finally also obtained a PhD in Regional Economics and Planning from the University of Tokyo, and finally also received a diploma in environmental policy from Columbia University. Our second adjudicator is Dr. Adil Khan Miankel. Dr. Adil Khan Miankel was former director at the Pakistan Institute of Trade and Development of Ministry of Commerce. He was also a former senior economic advisor and director at the Competition Commission of Pakistan, and is also a former head of trade mission in the Embassy of Pakistan in the commercial sector. Now, he is a director at the ACT Education Directorate. Dr. Adil Khan Miankel received a Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering from University of Engineering and Technology, Peshawar, Pakistan. He also received a Master's in International Trade and Economic Cooperation from Kyunghee University, South Korea. He then also received a Master's in International and Development Economics from Crawford School of Public Policy in Australia, and finally obtained a PhD in Economics from Crawford School of Public Policy in Australia.
Our next educator is Dr. Aladdin Rilo. He's a former Director and Chief Economist for the ASEAN Integration Monitoring Office. He was also a former Senior Economist at the Asian Development Bank Institute. And he's also a former Deputy Secretary General for ASEAN Economic Community in the ASEAN Secretariat. He is now a Senior Economic Advisor in the Economic Research Institute at ASEAN Secretariat and Area. He received a Bachelor's of Arts in Economics from Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. He then received a Master of Arts in Economics from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. He then received a PhD in Economics from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Our last but not least adjudicator is Dr. Duong Thi Ha. She is a research associate at the Asian Development Bank Institute in Tokyo, and she's also a consultant for the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. She's also an economist at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, also known as AREA, in Jakarta. She received a Bachelor's of Arts in International Economics from Foreign Trade University, Hanoi, Vietnam. She then received a Master of Arts in Economic Development from Ritsumeikan University, Shiga, Japan. She then received a PhD in Economics from Yokohama National University, Japan. Now that we are well acquainted with our adjudicators, we can move on to our grand finals. Here is the rundown of today's event.
So Team Chicago will be presenting first from 9:25 a.m. to 10 a.m. Following that, Team Marxian will be presenting from 10 a.m. until 10:35 a.m. Team Ricardian will then present from 10:35 to 11:10 a.m., followed by a 15-minute break. After the break, Team Keynesian will be presenting from 11:25 to 12, followed by Team Classical from 12 to 12:35, and last but not least, Team Neoclassical from 12:35 to 1:10 p.m.
We will now start the first session together with Team Chicago. To the other teams, you are required to move to your respective breakout rooms. We would like to express our gratitude to all of our delegates for making it this far, and we hope that you will do your best. To Team Chicago, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage before you can start your presentation.
To Team Chicago, please prepare your presentation and ensure that your camera is turned on. You can now begin your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, all honorable judges. We are from Team Chicago, proudly present our case study, Green Employment Toward a Just and Inclusive Circular Economy Transition. Next slide. Let's go through the introduction of today's presentation. There are at least two growing urgency of the issue. First, worsening global circularity gap, which shows only 8.6% of research are circular or recycled. Secondly, geopolitical friction also arises where low-income countries, which are usually extractive, might need to be compensated for protecting biodiverse ecosystem and natural reserve on the ground. This transition, however, may lead to counterproductive measures and decrease the ability of these low-income countries to attain the SDGs. From the issue discussed, there are three key concepts. First, circular economy, which is the effort of keeping product in circulation for as long as possible and thus moving away from the so-called linear economic model of just take, make, dispose, which is found to be inefficient and wasteful to retain the product value. Secondly, the just transition refers to the transition which ensure environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and poverty eradication, as well as the long-term sustainability of the transition process itself. Last but not least, the global south, often used to identify regions within Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Oceania, which most of these countries are low income and often politically or culturally marginalized. From here, we therefore focus on the pathway 6. Next slide, please. How circular economy can be associated with just transition. First, we must understand circular, next slide, please. Circular economy is not trying to improve the material efficiency, but also durable consumption, renewable energy, and the shared economy. The details of the difference between circular and linear economy can be seen in the left. I'm sorry, maybe the slide haven't moved. Okay, let me continue. The details of the difference between circular and linear economy can be seen in the left, which to sum up, circular economy takes roles to slow the flow, narrowing flows, and create loops in the current life cycle. However, how the transition from the linear economy also does matter. As seen in the right screen is the just transition, which highlights several measures in the each stage. The next slide will be presented by my colleague.
Okay, so now let's talk about circular economy and employment. There's a lot of study that says that circular economy will create more jobs, or even study that says otherwise. Quoting from Schroeder, impact of circular economy to employment can be categorized to 4, which are first, job creations, because circular economy will increase labor demand in some sectors, for example, product processing. Second, job substitutions, which is some employment will shift to new business models that adapt to circular economy. Now let's skip to fourth first, which is job transformation and redefinition, because many jobs will likely be redefined or transformed and require new skill. And the last, which is the most worrying, it is job eliminations, as there are jobs that can't be replaced or have no direct replacement in the circular economy model. For example, jobs linked to extractive industries and jobs that are already threatened by automation. International Institute for Sustainable Development, in their report about circular economy and the job market, listed jobs that might be affected by circular economy, which is first, the highest job demand decline, manufacture of basic iron, mining of copper, manufacture of wood, mining of iron ores. All of these are extractive industries. And with the highest job demand growth, reprocessing of secondary steel, retail trade, production of electricity, and wholesale trade. Next slide, please. But how do circular economy exactly eliminate jobs? Circular economy will certainly hit certain industries, such as extractive industry. For example, with the implementation of the 4R principles of circular economy, in the long run, demand for non-renewable resources will decrease. This will impact countries that rely too much on exporting natural resources, one way to drop in export revenue. Therefore, overall demand for a worker will drop. Technology is also a key component for circular economy, as technology could increase efficiency and reduce waste. Therefore, industries that are already threatened by automation will also be affected. Demand for eco-friendly usable goods will also increase, and business that can't adapt will be affected. For example, in the textile or garment industry. Demand for eco-design clothes that are usable and recyclable will increase in the transition to circular economy. But research and development for such product is not cheap, and factories that can't adapt will certainly quit and lay off its workers. This could also be further amplified by transition to new technology adoption. As you can see, if workers are unprepared and doesn't have the necessary skill set in the circular economy transition, they are very vulnerable. Next slide. Global South is known to be resource rich, and this could be a somewhat of a curse for them, because relying too much on their natural resources is not a good development pattern. And education in the Global South is not better either. Even though we are only showing the top 8 countries with the lowest share of proportions of bachelor's degree, most of the top 30 countries in the list, if not all, are from the Global South. Considering these 2 points, it poses a challenge towards a just circular economy transition for the Global South. Next slide. So, what policies that we recommend for governments to take? First, we recommend countries to set national development strategies and skills references for green transition. It is important for a country to unite a view towards transition for circular economy. Uniting the purpose as well as setting the goals, including the skill set needed, will ensure that further training and skill development programs will be going to the right and the same direction. Second, amplifying formal and informal educational training in harnessing green skill sets for labor. Preparing labor with the needed skill sets to survive is key to making the worker less vulnerable. This could be done through formal and informal education. Formal education, for example, through implementing green curriculum skill sets in vocational education, or even in general education, or in informal educations, one way through labor force training programs. The third, government investment in green or circular economy jobs. Government could invest more capital into green or circular economy jobs to absorb those who are laid off. Government investment is a key component because it could act as a catalyst to further growth in the industry. For example, waste management industries. Next slide, please. Supporting policies in transitioning is also a key, such as unemployment and social protection policies. For example, when China banned their informal logging industry, nearly 1 million state forest workers lost their jobs, and 120 million other rural workers were affected. The government of China mitigated this with cash transfer programs. Below is the framework of our recommendations, as seen in the slides. Next slides. Now, next we will talk about circular economy and MSMEs. Quoting from World Bank, we also learned, MSMEs represent 90% of business and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Formal SMEs contribute up to 40% of national income in emerging economies. These numbers are significantly higher when informal SMEs are included. Next, for the case of Indonesia, we learned here in Indonesia MSMEs 3 magic number, which is 99, 97, 62, which is 99% of enterprise in Indonesia are MSMEs, 97% of employment are powered by MSMEs, and 62% of GDPs in Indonesia are contributed by MSMEs. Even though it's not the same for all the case for the Global South, the role of MSMEs in transitioning to circular economy is key, especially in the Global South, considering its prevalence and economic significance. So, therefore, integrating it to the circular economy transition is important. Next slide. And next will be explained by my colleagues. Next slide.
At last, green entrepreneurship through SMEs should be fostered, and therefore our 5th policy recommendation is to implement a green action plan for MSMEs. Government should intervene and support SMEs by helping them exploit the business opportunities that the transition to a green economy offers. From the framework, we can see here that there are at least 5 dimensions, which are green entrepreneurship, green value chain, competitiveness and sustainability, market access, as well as the governance of the SMEs itself. Next slide. And to sum up, from the current challenge of the Global South labor vulnerability and resource dependency, besides the global economy green economy opportunities, we recommend 5 policies. And the impact of the policies would be more prepared worker to face transition, and not only more knowledge transfer, but also build capacities, and last but not least, to achieve more inclusive and just transition towards a circular economy. That's all from Team Chicago. Thank you for your attention.
we give the floor back to the moderator. Thank you.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Chicago, for your presentation. Now, we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can unmute your microphone and proceed to ask your respective questions.
Can I?
Yes.
It's good. I think congratulations to Team Chicago and giving a very structured presentation, and you identify the challenges in the transition to the circular economy, and basically you identified some jobs will be created during the transition, and some jobs will be substituted, and some jobs will be eliminated, and you also proposed solutions that include the education and the skill training, focusing on the MSMEs. That's very good. And here my question is whether simple skill training and education is enough, particularly when you are focusing on the job elimination. And one of our studies done by IRIA, it focused on the ASEAN. It says that though there is a net job creation, and there will be a job eliminations, particularly in some sectors, the manufacturing and also informal sectors, when it is combined with the mechanization. So my question here is, and we also found most of the people who will be lost will be in the age group of around 40 to 50. So my question here is, or my debate here is, what type of social safety net you can think about the people who is going to last in the transition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andrew Mozi, for your questions. We noted that there is two main questions. First, is labor force training enough for the transition? Second, is what type of social safety net we can think about to include to help people in transition. So first, is training enough? As you mentioned, in ASEAN itself, there will be net job creation. We also see the data for in Indonesia. In Indonesia itself, looking at one of the lecture slides, then the net job creation, especially net job loss in Indonesia, it's also positive, meaning that there will be more jobs that will be created by the circular economy model than the jobs that is lost itself. But as the skill sets needed for the job creation, for the job that will be created and the job that will be eliminated is in most cases will be different. The labor force need to adopt relevant skill sets and sufficient skill and other soft skill to ensure that they can transition to the new jobs and adapt and excel in the new jobs. And one way of doing this is through labor force training. So if to answer your questions, is the labor force training enough? In some way, yes. In some way, no. What do we mean by in some way, no? It is better for the country itself to implement green skill sets in the curriculum, because formal and informal education will have much higher impact than informal training such as labor force training. And labor force training is mostly conducted when people are laid off, and formal training through education is mostly happening when the people is growing up and experiencing the education process itself. So is labor force training is training enough? Maybe some half yes, half no, and it's better for education to implement it in education itself. For the second questions, my colleague will answer.
Okay, thank you. Basically, I just want to add answer to my previous answer from my colleague also. So basically, when we talk about reskilling, we also recommend to adding the reskilling program with the green entrepreneurship that we have proposed, green entrepreneurship and institutional capabilities, and so that the government not only support the impacted workers, not only in the financial side or in the knowledge transfer, but also to raise the awareness and build their capacities also. And regarding to the social safety net, I think the that we propose is the unemployment and social protection policies and cash transfers. But this of course, I think there are many other variations of new specific way to address the impacted workers, but maybe my colleague would also answer it.
Maybe one of the most fundamental social protection policies that maybe people without the economic knowledge really hate is cash transfers. But we really believe that cash transfers plays a very integral role to capturing those who are in the vulnerable stage, because even though maybe it's some says that it is a lazy policies, but when people are at the stage when people are laid off, cash will help them to move forward with their lives, and maybe they could also participate in other training or search for new jobs. So one of the most integral social safety net policies that we propose is cash transfers.
And of course, the cash transfer program in Indonesia called Bantuan Langsung Tunai (BLT) has I don't know, but in many literatures have widely discussed and considered as one of the successful policy. I think that's all.
Does that answer your questions, Mr. Ambu Mozi?
Yeah, thank you very much. It clarifies. And to add to the discussion, and for example, in Brazil, and they have developed some kind of a cooperatives and for this kind of informal sector, the waste pickers, and they have been getting insured. And this is one of the evolving model where there is a isolated and the neglected communities are getting protected. And so this cooperatives becomes a kind of a tool for providing the insurances and as well as the skill training. Thank you. Good work.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Anbomozi, for the question.
Can I ask questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Ariel and Sulfandi, for a very comprehensive presentation. I just have two questions for both of you. One is on the issue of geopolitical tensions. I think Sulfandi mentioned that in the introduction. And right now, Sulfandi, if you know what's going on in the global economy, there is what we call as the economic fragmentation, okay? The tendency of the world to be divided into different trade blocks. How, given that reality, Sulfandi and Ariel, how would that impact the current efforts in the globe, in the economy, to move towards circular economy? That is my first question, okay? My second question is about the policies that you have recommended towards the end of your presentation. I think those policies sound good, but the reality is that when you look at what's happening in each country, there are a lot of bottlenecks, right? For example, when we talk about skill strategies, the traditional skill strategies are not actually well implemented across countries. But then we're talking about green employment, right? Circular employment, which is more challenging for most economies in ASEAN. So my question to you, Sulfandi and Ariel, is that given the current constraints in the way skill strategies are being implemented, particularly in ASEAN, what would you recommend in terms of concrete policies, right? for skills development to really contribute towards green employment or circular employment in the region? Yeah, those are my two questions to both of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Araldino, for the questions. So we noted there is two questions. First, the geopolitical tensions affecting circular economy, and the second one, what concrete policies to in transitioning to circular economy scale strategies. So I'm gonna answer the second questions first. Or what example for concrete policy recommendations to for laborers to adopt the necessary skills. I think one of the most overlooked, at least in Indonesia, but I think in other global south as well, is the role of vocational studies educations in the country itself. If we compare vocational study in Asia and in Europe, maybe let's say in Germany, vocational study in Germany play a big role in the higher in the high school level educations. While in Indonesia itself, vocational studies such as SMK, Sekolah Menengah Kejuruan, is often overlooked towards their counterparts, which is SMA. I think we can what concrete policies that government can do is maybe boost the importance of vocational study, and they can implement the green skill set itself in vocational studies, because the people that went to general education versus vocational study, the students that graduated from vocational studies are more prepared to enter the job market. So by implementing green skill sets in the vocational studies itself, they will be more prepared for the job market, and they don't have to maybe go to higher educations to get the necessary skill sets in the circular economy transition. Maybe my partner Zulfan will elaborate.
Okay, so regarding your first question about the era of fragmentation, I guess, in the recent decades, we have seen that the phenomenon of new era of fragmentation and the trading blocks, exclusive trading blocks, potentially create the phenomenon of so-called deglobalization. Yeah, and I think the these trading blocks also we have I think previously in our conference stage we also studied about the so-called spaghetti ball effect, that there are many overlapping trading agreements and so on. But here I would like to answer a question regarding the circular economy, and of course this trading block have changed the dynamic of the I think the current linear economy, and I think the transition toward the circular economy will be I don't know, maybe somehow would be more fragmented, but I think it will be answered by my colleague also.
I think by the rising geopolitical tension in the world right now, one way it might impact is through political, multinational cooperation. For example, if there is trading blocks, then it's hard for countries, lots of countries around the world to maybe have a agreement towards a circular economic transition, and this pose a challenge if we as a countries around the world want to unite our efforts to a circular economic transitions. And maybe talking about international trade and geopolitical, maybe we also know there is a waste exporting or waste trade happening in the global economic trade. For example, maybe China is exporting trash to Indonesia to be processed, and this could be impacted by the geopolitical tension itself, by the trading blocks. And I can see a negative impact for it, and maybe a positive impact as well. Maybe by the rising geopolitical tensions, the waste exporting and waste trading will be decreased, and maybe the developing countries will be forced to manage their their waste themselves and other things. So to conclude, the effect of geopolitical tensions will affect the circular economy transitions in the challenge of uniting the effort toward circular economy. Does that answer your questions, Mr. Aladdin?
I think, yeah. So can I jump in?
Sure, Mr.
Okay. So thanks, because only 7.5 minutes are remaining, and I will make a very short. I will ask a very short question. So first, thanks for your presentation and this. Like, I just wanted a clarity because this presentation was about a global South, and then we are talking about inclusiveness and transition. So most of the countries which, because we have, or like answering question, we talked about ASEAN and different. So ASEAN is a different phenomena. They have a common platform in terms of ASEAN, and there are like a lot of development has taken place over the last 20-30 years. But the global South are the countries which has a very protective trading environment. Like Tajiks, all the countries you mentioned, they are like very protective in their trading environment. So I think how you're going, because this was about inclusiveness in the global South because of the circular economy. So that was the presentation. So how in the solutions you were proposing about cash subsidies and then supporting the vulnerables and those things, I think how you first approach how, like, from the government perspective, how the government should approach in addressing circular economy challenges in the global South. That will be important because so far what platforms they have, how they will transition from that protective trading environment, because yeah, so if you can throw light on those questions.
Okay, so how do governments in global South, considering their protective maybe trade measures, go transition to a circular economy as well? So I think multinational cooperations is key here, because as you mentioned, government in global South are mostly protective in their trading, and maybe they are only trading for certain countries or certain partners. So yeah, the key I think is here is for multinational cooperation, for example, through international institutions such as maybe World Trade Organizations or World Bank. But this could be further dampened by the geopolitical tensions. So it is important for the country itself to for the world itself to maintain at least a relatively stable geopolitical condition. So the multinational cooperations can be implemented well. Maybe my partner will elaborate.
And in fact, like I will try to give a little bit of focus the direction toward how about the local markets development first, because employment is a big issue in the global South, and how about like developing the local markets first in the respective countries, because the government has to adopt some strategies.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, the next question is about local market development itself. Yeah, maybe to answer this, I will reiterate our policies. Maybe it's important for a government to first set the goals, the objectives of the circular economy transition itself. So maybe the transition could have common goals in the country. So the local market development could be, let's say, more integrated, have a more integrated approach, and maybe if by setting a national goal or national development strategies, this could also impact maybe the investment choices of the government, or maybe government could set regulations regarding financing that include some circular economy indicators, so that the local market development could develop and in the same time also transition to a circular economy market. And my partner will elaborate.
Okay, maybe I would like to add more regarding the local market development, and we can see in the global south, which are mostly developing countries, less developed countries, I think local market development, the local supply chain are often fragmented and inefficient, and resulted like higher price, and also maybe regarding let's specific into food, maybe is less access to food for the poor class, and so that MSMEs and like small business unable to access the market and support themselves. So they need the funding assistance and from the government, from the banks, from the financial institution, because they have difficulties to access the credit investment and also lack of insurance.
Okay, so talking about local market development, I think there is one policies that in Indonesia that could be somehow maybe shift toward a circular economy model, that is TKDN, which is the total kandungan dalam negeri, which in literal means that how much a proportions of product that is created by the domestic resources. I think we could also implement regulations that have a similar way to this, but talks about reusable materials. For example, regulations about how much of a product components should be reusable or recyclable. And if government implement this kind of resources in their countries, and this could help grow the local market development, but at the same time ensuring that the product that is being produced is going in line with the circular economy principles itself. Does that answer your questions, Mr. Anbu Mozi?
Thanks.
Is there any more questions?
Maybe to close the Q&A session, I personally thank you for all the judges, and it's honor to us to present in front of 4 of you. I think we look forward to see you again in the next event, maybe.
Of course, also to Mr. Anbu Mozi, because when we are doing the literature review for this case study, most of the literatures are made by you. So it is a great pleasure, and we are very honorable to present our case study in front of the judges. Thank you, and we'll give the floor back to the moderator.
Okay, so we apologize for interrupting you here, but we must inform you that unfortunately your time is up. So to Team Chicago, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for coming this far. Thank you to all the educators for putting our competitors to the test. This concludes the first session with Team Chicago, and delegates from the team are required to proceed to their assigned breakout rooms. After that, we'll begin the second session with Team Markshan.
the delegates from Team Markshin are now present in the main room, we can move on to the second session with Team Markshin. To Team Markshin, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage.
And now that the stage is ready, please prepare your presentation and ensure that your camera is turned on. You can now begin your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, dear educators. My name is Noraisha and I'm here with my partner Ravi, and today we're going to present about our policy brief of proposal number 6. With the title of our presentation is Equalize Waste Infrastructure for Global South's Reverse Logistics to Achieve Just and Inclusive Circular Economy. To not be confused, reverse waste management here includes end consumer products processing and unrecyclable waste management. Next. We begin by analyzing the current sustainability issue, which is driven by population and GDP growth, where extraction and consumption to be doubled in 2060. This will result in more pollution and waste challenges and climate change. And that's why circular economy is popular right now, where this principle focuses more on sustainable production and consumption, including an extension of life cycle. The purpose of this concept is to tackle sustainability issue. And here, reverse logistics is one of the efforts to enhance the circular economy, where it reverses the end consumer goods used by bringing it back to the manufacturer. The process includes what's on the graph, with one of the main objectives to recycle, revert, or reuse the unused goods. Next. We can see here EPR, or Extended Producer Responsibility, as a form of guidelines for reverse logistics, where producers are responsible for the end consumer products treatment and disposal. The EPR design in 2005 includes government incentives, subsidies, etc. In 2007, global material consumption almost exceeds 100 billion tons per year, with most of it came from Global South, which indicates that Global South is lacking in their waste management, and also where multinational companies export their waste. There are also limitation in investment for handling the waste itself. Thus, global EPR system that proposed by G20 experts aim to enhance capabilities and skills at the final destination of multinational companies' facilities in developing countries. Next. Okay, so the proposal 6 of G20 expert here, proposed solution includes circularized materials and global collaboration in trade flows by multinational companies, design a circular process and recovery system by the producer, and build product recovery guidelines and global EPR standard for Global South by G20 members. This article emphasized on policies that needed advancement in waste or end-of-life goods infrastructure. Meanwhile, our recommendation is emphasizing on steps that Global South should implement to reach the proposed solution in order to reach an inclusive and just, or leave no one behind, circular economy. Our reasoning here is because we see circular economy implementation as a privilege for developed nations who have advanced tools and knowledge. Also, we focus on bridging how Global South included in this circular economy. Next. Even though the policy seems fine, but is it really possible to be implemented in the current situation of each countries? Next.
In this slide, we want to emphasize the importance of looking up at reality. The reality shows that there are unequal waste management systems between the Global South and the G20 in terms of quantity and quality. As we see in the graph, that lower middle income and low middle income countries have low waste collection rates compared to high income and upper middle income countries. Waste collection reflects the upstream of recycling process that, in our view, form the core of the circular economy and reverse logistics. Just by seeing this, the feasibility of a just and inclusive circular economy and reverse logistics for lower middle and low income countries seems too good to be true. Furthermore, the two polar regions approach waste management differently. From the agent of collection, the waste treatment plant analogy that they had gives a two-sided outcome to the circular economy. One is integrated into it, and the other is not. On the Global South, their current waste management approach prevents them from participating in industrial-scale circular economy system. With this issue, the circular economy become advantageous for countries with advanced technology. Meanwhile, the global South countries are left behind. Make this contrary to a just and inclusive circular economy. Next, please. So, how G20 policy recommendation could work? What prior policy to enhance global South readiness? Next, please.
Okay, so for the first step of our recommendation, we try to build resilience through private and public collaboration. Because first, by defining a clear role between government and companies would reduce inefficiencies because of repetition. And then second one is because it will increase the speed of transition and enhance just principle through systematic approach. Next. Okay, we then built a simple illustration of how role specialization mechanism in Global South. For the waste collection and selection, government is encouraged to build hubs and collection machine with specified waste classification in the infrastructures, while companies also accept waste collection from the consumer itself, but also encourage the consumer to submit the waste of their product to the government hubs or machine. For example, when Global South built reverse vending machine, like in Germany, it will be specified with classification of each machine material waste, so it can be accessible to everyone and easy to interpret. Next, during the waste distribution from the government, companies then accept the collected and classified their product waste from the government itself. Lastly, for the end life cycle processing, government should build international standardized waste infrastructure and EPR guidelines, while the company should process their own waste into reusable or refurb or resell products. For example, like they build a new brand line for these products. For the limitation itself, it surely is costly and need enough resources, including financing in building prior infrastructure, but it will create an integrated waste and consumer goods processing system in Global South. And hopefully by benchmarking from existing developed countries' technologies, it can boost the technology transfer also and boost the inclusivity of the circular economy. Next.
Next, please. Okay, as we saw from the previous slide, we know that we need enough capital resource to build waste treatment infrastructure. But frankly, the Global South countries have a limited budget allocation to create this project. To address this issue, we propose raising global funds and promoting investment to build waste management infrastructure in the Global South. After we do deep research on how to fund this project, our group finds promising existing tools that could be recalibrated to meet our purpose. Green bonds from the International Finance Corporation, a group of World Bank, becoming our tools. These bonds are intended to finance climate-smart projects in developing countries that aim to fund private projects. Their 10-year journey building green bonds to finance green infrastructure has led them to be the pioneers in this field. Our concern here is that we saw from the graph that IFC green bonds have a bias in their portfolio. They invest heavily in renewable energy and energy efficiency, but lack on the other green projects such as circular economy and waste management. We recommend that they evaluate their portfolio shares and increase their investment in waste management infrastructure as a global leader in sustainable financing. After reading their report for the last 5 years, we discovered that they funded only 2 projects for purpose related to the circular economy. Thus, we give some suggestions about fields in which they should invest in waste management infrastructure, such as waste management technology enhancement, the formalization of waste management sectors, and upskilling the waste management workers in the Global South countries. This investment has a double impact on economics and climate change. On the economic side, it could lead 2 trillion in investment opportunities and the creation of 23.4 million jobs. And the climate change front, it has the potential to cut 313.7 million tons of GHG emission. Next slide, please. On our last suggestion, we want to recall the extended producer responsibility that we addressed in the previous slide. Our group proposed that producers have responsibility for the treatment of their end user products. They have to internalize the externalities that came from producing their products by doing reverse logistics. As we already defined the roles of government and private in reverse logistics, we address a solution that producers could make in the process of internalizing their externalities. To achieve the same understanding, we appoint a multinational corporation as the case. The reason for this is that multinational corporations are responsible for the majority of waste that exists in this world. Moreover, they have sufficient capital and technology access to fulfill this proposal. On this recommendation, we propose that multinational companies have responsibility for waste management-related technology transfer to the Global South, importing the technology to the domestic waste treatment companies in the country where they operate. We recommend firms import waste treatment equipment such as a mobile sorting machine to make waste sorting easier, AI technology that could also be used to sort waste automatically with less human error, and lastly, feedstock and monomer recycling machines that recycle plastic waste into raw materials for production input. Both parties benefited from this proposal. For the Global South, equal waste treatment infrastructure as in the North and integration into the circular economy are now become possible with standardization, confirming the initial proposal of just and inclusive circular economy and reverse logistics. For the other parts, firms now have more raw material resources for their circular economy, a win-win solution for all. Next slide. So in the conclusion, next slide.
Next slide, please. Okay, our main objective of this policy brief is to emphasize the gradual approach for Global South to meet the international standard as discussed with G20 experts. The first step is to clarify the role of government and companies to reduce unnecessary repetition. We then propose the restructuring of Green Bonds Fund to support circular economy infrastructure. And last step is nearing what in proposal number 6, which is to standardize waste management and enhance technology transfer in Global South. Thus, the Global South can be ready to step in the G20 level standard, which can be done because these policies promote inclusivity and just principle. Thank you. We give it back to the moderator.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Markshun, for your presentation. Now, we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can unmute your microphones and proceed to ask your respective questions. Kenapa tadi, Cok?
May I? Yeah. May I?
Sure, Mr. Anbu.
Yes, and congratulations on the Marxian team, and I think you captured these basic challenges that Global South is facing, and in the case of transition, then you focus on the EPR and how this could be implemented, how it could be standardized, and also you proposed some sort of a public-private partnership. When we think about the EPR, the transition, and usually it could be looked at the 3 levels. One is at the local level, and which is relatively easy when we are thinking about the application of the regulations and the standards. Then at the national level, and that need a very different sectoral approaches that need a coordination at the economy wide. And third one is the global level, and you also touched upon this MNCs operating. Here, my point of inquiry comes here, and see, for example, take the case of Global South in Asia and Africa, and we have countries that produces. They are the producers of products. Then we do have the consumers in the global north or the advanced economies. So here we have a different type of boundaries on the political boundaries, regulatory boundaries, and different set of markets. So given that conditions, what type of north-south cooperation you can think about it? In terms of public sector interventions and also the private sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Anbu. Maybe we want to clarify your question. Is it about the global North and South cooperation under the situation where we have a different level of governance, right?
Yes, and see, here we have the producers and in the global South, and we have the consumers in the North. Then what type of, I think if in your terms and what type of governance structure you think about linking the global South and the global North through the technology and the financial cooperation?
Okay, so firstly, we want to answer from the governance perspective. So maybe the EPR, which suggested by the G20 experts, could be a baseline guidelines for and regulation for all of these countries during the implementation of their transaction and their circular economy implementation. And for the relationship between the global North and global South itself, maybe from where the global South is the producer of the goods, they would also build like what multinational companies do in order to process their waste in the global North or global South itself by building a waste management infrastructure in the final destination of goods. Maybe Rafi, you have another thing to add.
Okay, I think I want to add that the cooperation between global North and global South, it could be like from technology transfers. This day, many of global North nation with advanced technology, they are limiting the level of transfer technology to the global South in aim to protect their technology. The cooperation that we could suggest for them is to reduce the restriction of transfer technology, so the global South could benefit from the technology from global North in terms of waste treatment. In here, we can see that that in the global North, they have a lot of waste management technology rather than the global South nation. I think it's what I have in my mind for now.
Yes, can I ask?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you, Noor and Rafi, for your presentation. I think I fully agree with you that as I think Noor mentioned about that building this waste infrastructure is quite costly, as both of you have argued. And I think in your recommendations, you also mentioned that perhaps there is a need for these global funds, right, to be created to address the issue. But Noor and Rafi, if you look at what's going on right now in the global economy, right, there is a tightening of global financing conditions, meaning that because of what's happening right now, there is a tendency for capital outflows, right? Okay, from from the South to be triggered. So given all these realities right now in the world economy, I wonder whether it's enough to talk about creating these global funds, right? Or do you think that to be able to address the issue of infrastructure, waste infrastructure, or building waste infrastructure in the global South, it's more important for the global South to build their own capacity, right? In terms of how to come up with adequate financing, right, in the global South. And in your presentation, you mentioned about public-private collaboration. I think this has been an old model, right, that we've been talking for so many years. But do you think it's about time to also look at other financing modalities when we talk about waste infrastructure investment, particularly in the global south, in order to make sure that the problems are adequately being addressed. Because my point here, Rafi and Noor, is that we cannot just depend on the global north, right, to come up with all these funds, but it is important for the global south. So all to think of more creative modality, more creative ways of financing this waste infrastructure. So what, in your opinion, Noor and Rafi, should be done, particularly at the local level, okay, to ensure that the financing constraints that are affecting the build-up of this waste infrastructure can be really addressed? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your question. In my opinion, why we at the Global North financing to build the waste management is because if we using the current condition, current financial condition in Global South, they couldn't be able to catch up the level of waste management that the advanced economy had in the Global North. So we here propose that type of financing to be to answer your question regarding to alternative modes of financing. We could use some of our own model to finance building the waste treatment infrastructure, which could be in a form of lending from a bank or just using our government budget to invest in waste management treatment. Maybe it's a conventional way, but here we maybe have a lack of tools in the Global South to meet the standard of the waste management infrastructure. Maybe Nur Aisha, you can add something.
Okay, thank you, Rafi. Maybe from my side, I will emphasize on the private companies, private entities, or multinational organization role in the financing itself. Maybe we can encourage multinational organization like maybe New Energy Nexus. They are a business incubator for sustainable energy startups, and also they finance the startups that have innovation on the sustainable energy itself. And maybe we can more encourage the government here, the local government here can more encourage the private entities or organization itself to fund more in this waste management infrastructure, not just like sustainable energy, EV and everything else, but like on the waste infrastructure itself, because the market of waste infrastructure in Global South is still lacking, meaning that there are more room for improvement and more room for potential profit too. Maybe that's from my side. Do you have any polling question?
So, okay, I will head to the discussion. So thanks for the presentation. I think in your last sentence, you raised a very important point about the role of private sector. And to me, like the issue right now based in Australia and the challenges which I see over here, and I'm from Pakistan, so some of the challenges which I see in the South, some of the countries, because I served in Central Asia. So issue is like logistics infrastructure is important, but the role of private sector to me is very important. So what's challenging in a countries like Australia, Europe is the challenge how to recycle the waste. And like some of the countries are not as developed because in Australia, there are a lot of stringent regulations for recycling. And the technology is not as developed as we have in Germany. Something like for example, tire recycling, the television. something. So even we have to pay to get rid of the waste in Australia. But the issue right now, what I have seen over a few years in developed countries like this, is that even the private sector is not allowed to move the waste from the developed countries to the global south. Because when they talk about any country where they want to ship that waste, the issue of infant industry argument always comes. So infant industry argument, like anything, if we take any component, for example, televisions or mobile phones or tires or you name it, and infant industry case to protect, and the South is protecting those industries. So my thing is like, if you can highlight more about the role of private sector, that was, you highlighted it, but the private sector will be instrumental in making this smooth transition. What you are, like, how you perceive it or how you want to comment on it.
Okay. Sorry. In our slide, we are proposed about the ERP, the extended responsibility for producer, to include in this field of waste management. So here we ask the corporation, the private sectors, to also contribute by them investing in the local waste treatment infrastructure, such as by investing into the domestic waste treatment company to build their industry, to upscaling their industry. Here we Ariel, could you continue?
Okay, inside the ERP itself, we try to consider the role of private corporation and companies itself to do their part in waste collection, waste treatment. But like for the hazardous, we can say that for the hazardous waste could be still treated by the government itself, so that won't be any unnecessary events that happens. So the private sector itself can try to process the waste for the reusable or reverb or reselling their waste itself. So like the treatment of hazardous belong to the government, and the private sector still try to still try to recycle and revert the still not hazardous material. Do we get a point? Do our point fits your question?
Yeah, Amber, you would like to add something? Because I have seen this trade policy is very restrictive in a case like in terms of wastewater management, waste management. Yeah.
Yeah, can I jump in? If Anbu, if you
Yeah, please. No. The thing is, you are asking me and to jump in, and just I think what Noor and Rafi has captured the problem, the essence of the problem, and yes, Here, when we think about the EPR, and the EPR has the two purposes. One is it is a kind of a polluter pays principles. That is, if you are more polluting means you need to pay for it. You need to take responsibility for it. And second thing is also EPR also basically changes or modifies this role of the private sector and the consumer behavior. And these are the purpose. And this is a purpose expected outcome of EPR. And then when we coming to this at the global level, we do have the barriers and how this EPR can be used as a kind of a trade barrier, or it could be a part of the non-tariff barrier also, which has been discussed. But one thing is essential, and this is when we are thinking about the global south and the north, where the advanced economies, where they have the technology and the finance. And this technology is with the private sector. And this technology is possessed by the private sector that will not flow without kind of a cost, and somebody has to pay for the cost. Who is going to pay for it if it is a global public good? And you mentioned about the bonds, and these bonds will not work based when unless otherwise there exists a market. So how to create a market? That need a kind of a combination of ODAs and a combination of FDIs. And these ODA policies could be coming from the official development assistance from the initial stages. Then we create a kind of enabling environment this ODA could be used for the technical assistance for creating the new regulations, standards, or the harmonization, and then the FDI will come up. So I stop here and I leave the room for Dr. Ha.
Yeah, thank you. I have two small questions. So thank you very much for the presentation. I think the issue is very well presented. I just have two questions. The first is to follow up on Dr. Rilo's question about the Global Fund. So obviously you can see that it's getting more difficult to get the fund from development partners, which is one of the proposal that you are giving. And you mentioned also in your presentation, if I do not misheard, that only 2 projects have been funded or approved. So is there any challenge that you find why is the number is very small? And if you can see that where the challenge is, then it's easier to see whether this solution is feasible or not. My second question is on the M&E's technology transfer. That's the situation that we see in developing countries, that M&Es actually bring the outdated technology into the developing countries as a way to lengthen the life cycle of the machines, because these technologies do not meet the environment standards in developed countries. And for developing countries, they are aware of this issue, but they still accept it because it's a way to absorb low-skilled workers in labor-intensive sectors. So in your opinion, what would be a feasible arrangement of cooperation between M&Es and the government of these developing countries if they want still to attract more FDIs, but at the same time they want to protect the environment? So they set higher bar, or what would be the workable arrangement? So these are my questions.
Okay, thank you for your question. To answer the first question about how the investment in the waste management is so low compared to energy sectors. Maybe according to our opinion, is because the energy sectors investment in energy sectors have more visibility about the higher return of investment. Meanwhile, the waste management investment may
Recording stopped.
May produce a low return on investment.
Recording in progress.
And the investment is not going back to them fast as the energy, because energy is consumed by people every day and they paid for the energy. Government spending as a source of their revenue, because in some part of the world that the government is obligated into paying these waste treatment? And for the second question, it could be answered by Aurel, maybe.
Maybe you are asking about how the government and the M&A companies could collaborate to promote the financing of green financing itself. Maybe the first one is the common one, which enhancing the use of ESG scoring on these companies itself, so they could be, I'm sorry, green financing or technology transfer you were asking?
It's about technology transfer.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, for the technology transfer itself, maybe we could build in the guideline itself that after the project is done, we should like evaluate and try to build our own infrastructure from what we have learned, like a framework, like evaluation framework from what the project like when the multinational companies invest in local companies and they use their technology to produce the goods, and then like the local companies should like evaluate and try to process their own way to build to enhance the technology transfer. And here government support them by giving maybe subsidies through or like incentive, like maybe tax exemption if they like succeeded in building their own infrastructure.
We apologize for interrupting you here, but we must inform you that our time is up. And thank you so much for your presentation and participation during the competition team auction. You did an excellent job, and we would like to congratulate you for making it this far. Furthermore, thank you to the adjudicators for putting our competitors to the test. The second session with team auction has come to an end, and delegates from the team are required to proceed to their assigned breakout rooms. After that, we'll begin the third session with Team Ricardian. Now that the delegates from Team Ricardian are in the main room, we can move on to the third session of the grand finals. And now that the stage is ready, please prepare your presentation and ensure to turn on your camera. You can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, good afternoon, all the judges. My name is Nur Sabdan Smarali, and also in here with my partner Ida Bagusatria, and here we would like to presenting about our answer regarding the point number 6 in the case study, where under the title ensuring the transition of the circular economy. So next, sorry. So for the introduction, since because as we know, there are many problems with environmental issue and sustainability in the resources management, it can be seen that a low level of the resources circulation places pressure on the ecosystem, escalating the problem of the waste and pollution, especially in the third world countries. On the other hand, the worldwide population explosion also contribute to economic issues since the resources use up quickly and maybe may leave behind ways that may exacerbate already existing environmental issue. And also, maybe the purpose of we choosing this topic is where the solution we can offer can help the problem, and also all the researchers, all our research can offer the solution that can be helped based on this suggestion we make. Next. So for our research overview, as I mentioned on the introduction, we more focus on tackling that issue that happened in global south in third world country, and there is the 3-step of our research. It is the identifying the problem, where the problem it is came from due to the increasing of population, and the second one it is the rules and the regulation, where here we want to be transition of the circular economy that can be implemented by the government, NGO, or the organization in disciplined way. But in the circular economy, if the enacted, it requires appropriate, conscious policies and strategy that need to be developed, perhaps in regulation, where the government creates a value through collaboration, constant use in more understanding and enforcing the circular economy. And moreover, maybe the government can encourage companies to adopt the circular economy policy by the established environmental regulation for each industry. And also the government must be integrated of the CA legal arrangement into the existing environmental, regulatory, and the regulatory system. This regulation super system need to have a carbon financial initiative, technical support, collaboration platform, and also guidelines in monitoring and auditing transparency structure in the supply chain. And also the last point in the solution, where we propose a solution at the end of this kind of the problem. Maybe next. So for our discussion, it is the circular economy. So this circular economy, according to the Giselani and the others, it is the model of the production consumption which we exhaust product and material as long as possible that have decreasing in pollution, efficiency of resources, minimizing energy usage, and reduction in reduction waste. So sorry for the perhaps for example, SCE is more about how resources are used properly so that they cannot be reprocessed and can reduce waste. For example, consider a bakery where leftovers are used to make a bread flour. Leftovers are used to can make as animal feed, and also until all the resources are used up. So next for this slide. So this the next slide is the current situation. This is for the example of the developed country already implemented the circular economy. There is Netherlands, France, Italy, Germany, and also Portugal. And based on the VVACT in 2014, it is predicted that 61% in Netherlands garments become wasted, and also 84% remaining can be used, and also 16 remaining can be recycled. Furthermore, to tackle this problem, the government of the Netherlands adopted ways of resources to promote the circular economy models its more efficiencies. It is proven by landfill wasted decreasing for 35%, in 1985 to 2.3% in 2010. And for the other example, it is France, where France already made a law regarding CA and several projects such as the roadmap circular economy in 2018 and the energy transition of the low-grade economy. And both of the projects have promoted and already implemented use the circular economy system. And also the last, it is the Spanish, where there is some kind of strategy called as Strategy Espanola, where the plan of the foundation it is come up from the sustainable economy, carbon-free, and also competitive economic development. In line with the national and EU program policy, the target achieve the 30% reduction in national material consumption and also 50% reduction in waste production, and also have in reduction in greenhouse gas emission. Maybe our next presentation by my partner Ida Bagus Satria. So the time is yours.
Yes, next slide, please. This is the government policy. The government should work and have coordination with different stakeholders to apply circular economy in the supply chain. And furthermore, these authorities should monitoring and regulate related rules among multiple supply chain by Perry 2012. So based on the research among the 99 Portuguese organization, the organization highlight that using tax policy will attract more company to using circular economy. And because of that, lack of government intervention may cause another problem in the economy sector, and government intervention necessary to adopt circular economy in supply chain adoption. So this problem include lack of legislation, which is very important to rule the policy between the company and has significant relationship among the all factors. Next slide, please. So these are the solutions that we are proposed for the circular economy. The first one is the government or NGOs can implement discipline policy to assist SMEs such as manufacturers, suppliers, and other business actors in developing sustainable business process, particularly in the use of natural resources. So with the massive amount of SME in the world, that approximately 100 of million enterprises, we believe it may create a significant changing by implementing the circular economy in the SME. And the second is, furthermore, the government can reward business actors who use good circulars in business flows by facilitating business licensing and lowering the tax burden, which benefit both parties. So based on the research that we mentioned before on the previous slide, it's proven that giving tax policy may attract companies to implement circular economy. With the tax burden and tax policy, we believe it can make the many businesses to implement the circular economy in their business as well. And the third one is the government can monitor business actors so that there is a barrier between the two parties, and the transparency arise and the policies made can work well in the short and long term. Yep. Because since monitoring is the main aspect and main role of government, it is very important to do this so the company won't do the scamming or cheating for the policy as well. Next slide, please. So here are our conclusion. So it is important to involve the parties to move circular economy that lead to sustainable economy and environment, as well as strong policies of implementation and transparency between government and parties to solve the issue. Yeah. That's all from us. Thank you.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Ricardian, for your presentation. Now we can move on to the adjudicators' question and answer session. If the adjudicators have any questions, you can unmute your microphones and proceed to ask your respective questions.
May I? May I?
Yes.
And thank you very much, the team Ricardian, and you did a wonderful job in capturing what is the essence of the circular economy. And finally, you proposed the strong policies are needed. And I have two simple questions. And one thing in the introductory slide, you mentioned the circular economy and the reduction in the material consumption. And the first question is, if the circular economy has only one objective, or it is more than that, that is reducing the material consumption or increasing the resource efficiency. So what the key performance indicators for the circular economy? That is my first question. And my second question is related to what you mentioned about the conclusion. And you said there will be a strong policies are needed, strong regulations are needed. There is a kind of argument that exists. The countries, particularly the developing countries, they cannot afford this kind of policies and the strong regulations that may retard their economic growth. So they can grow first, and then later they can repair their economy when their income increases. So what is your take on it? And whether we need to invest now, and we can wait and we can invest on this circular economy transition later, for example, after 20 years, when we all become rich. Thank you.
Okay. In here, I would like to answering the question number one. So, for our introduction, we mentioned about the supplier in the circular economy. Whether maybe in here must be included in all the aspects, maybe in economy, maybe in manufacturers, also the supplier or another. So whether if the supplier or manufacturer want to produce something, it must be used the helpful or use the important material that are really used and complex in order to create efficiency in this apply to everything. So there is no resources was wasted, and also it helps to efficiency in the economy itself and the company itself, and also can more helping and kind of maybe in sustainable, more sustainable in the if all the sectors in economy use the circular economy. So I think for the number one, maybe, and this question number two, can my partner answer?
Yes. Regarding the circular economy for the developing country, our opinion is because like the economic growth for the developing country is not high as the developed country, but right now we think that it can like implement like from little things, like small scales, from the like area of the some of the area that may be like crowded place. So maybe in the crowded place of the developing country can not bring like negative impact to the people. Yes, and the circular economy, we think that it can be implemented too by like giving like advice to the businesses on the inside of the on the nation. Yeah. That's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I ask some questions?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Ida Bagus and Nur Sabrina, for your presentation. I think I like the idea that you have highlighted the importance of rules and regulations, right, in addressing circular economy issues. But maybe it would have been better if you have extended that by looking at specific issue with regards to circular economy, and then try to identify what are the important specific policies and regulations to address that specific issue. So I think that would make your presentation more specific and more targeted, because right now it seems to me it's very general. And in your presentation, you mentioned about the issue of supply chain circularity. I think that was mentioned by, I think, either Nur Sabrina or Ida Bagus. And for me, that is a very important issue, because right now, when we talk about what's happening in the global economy and in the region, the issue of supply chain resilience is very critical. Okay. So perhaps in your presentation, you could have expanded more on that issue, on what you mean exactly by supply chain adoption and how that can be related to circular economy. Because for me, there's a lot of policy implications or some regulations that we need to look at. For example, we can probably look at issues related to product design, or how you can make or enhance the efficiency of the use of resources. And you can also look at issues related to green procurement. So perhaps my question to you, Nur Sabrina and Ida Bagus, is if you can elaborate more on what you mean by supply chain circularity, as you mentioned in your presentation. And in the context of regulations and rules, what specific policies would you recommend? I think that would make the discussion more focused, instead of looking at a very general discussion of regulations, as you mentioned. Thank you.
All right, maybe I can answer about the supply chain first. Maybe for the supply chain itself, the businesses or the company can cut off some sample points in their manufacturers, and also can replace it to something more easy, or some easy or not to be need other requirements in that supply chain process. And also maybe for the regulation, maybe and from the minister in each every country can make some regulation, such as if that some company use the circulation economy system in that of the supply chain, or in that field of the business, maybe can give some easy in the transaction of business in that country. Maybe can maybe is there any and more answering from my partner?
Yes, I want to add more for the policy that we recommended. So what we think of, maybe like policy that more on waste management, because like most of the companies right now, like they are not recycling anymore or using anymore, and then they like waste it in the environment and may ruin the environment. So like we think that we recommend that the government may focus more on the waste management issue, and the and the government should like monitoring the company as well, so that in the end, where the government is not like see them like lively, so they won't like cheating for the policy that government make it up. Yeah. Thank you. I think that's all from me.
I would like to ask few questions, and thanks for the presentation. So, in fact, like I will try to focus on this conclusion slide. Just like few sentences that what you have concluded is that it's important to involve all parties to move circular economy. And then I will try to emphasize that strong policies for implementation. So these are the two words where like I would like to have your views, because how challenging is it? Based on like, we will not talk about South, we just talk about North, developed where. So how challenging is it to involve all parties to go for circular economy, and how like challenging is to ensure that implementation take place? Because this is also as strongly contested issue in the North as in some of the developed world countries, as in the South. So I would like to have your views on that.
Okay, so maybe I can answering the question. So for the challenging, I guess, because it is maybe in many business people or the some country think that if we use existing particular regulation of or use the system of the circular economy, it is not they think it is not so important, because they think they have more resources and cannot go on or something like that. And also maybe people can think if they use the system of circular economy, it is require a lot of cost and needed to take a long time, I guess. That's it.
I want to add more. So yeah, I'm agree with my partner said that even though it seems like it's not challenging for us, but sometimes some government in developing country is not incisiveness for the rules and the regulation for the circular economy, and we think that because of that, government is like very important to to maintain the policy and we think that I think that the government should really look for the policy and really look the monitor for the company. Yeah, thank you.
I just have a small comment, not really a question. In one slide, you seem to mix between government and NGO. I was wondering what NGO roles that you have in mind that you kind of group them in one group together, because obviously the roles of NGO and governments are very different, right? For NGO, maybe you're thinking of some development partners like the ADB or the World Bank. They may provide technical assistance, they may provide funding, but the government would be in the position to design and impose law, regulations and policies. So when you discuss about the role, it's very important to really look at these as two separate factors. They work closely together, but they are not one, and they have very different roles. And in certain parts, the roles cannot be like overlapping. So it's important to consider this aspect rather than just grouping them in one and putting everything else into their hands together. So that's my comment.
Thank you so much for the suggestion. Thank you.
Maybe another follow-up question, if I may. I think again also I'm looking at your last slide on that issue of transparency, right, between government and parties to solve the issue. And again, that is an important issue, as Dr. Adil mentioned earlier, okay, in both South and North part of the world. But I wonder how would you apply that in terms of policies? I think in your presentation you mentioned about tax policy, right? Nur Sabrina and Ida Bagus. And I think that is a very important policy in all countries in the world, particularly when we talk about transparency, right? Can you further elaborate on how tax policy can be effectively used to address waste management issues in countries around the world? Because I don't know whether I was not able to hear much of discussion of that in your presentation, but since you brought out that issue in your presentation, perhaps if you can also elaborate more on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Maybe I can answer about regarding the tax. In here, we concentration about the tax. It is if there's some company or some other industry implementing the circular economy, so that country can give government can cut off the amount of the tax of that payments into that company, so they can pay more expensive because they use the sustainable ways to that they business activities. It is our concern.
Yeah, to add more, maybe because like tax policy is kind of like reducing the tax for the companies that already implemented circular economy. So because we all know, like if we want to implement the circular economy, it will take like more cost to the company. So by giving them like tax policy, it will give them like more input, and and they don't have to like worry about the cost anymore, because the tax of the company we already reduced by the government. So in the end, they will like to implement the waste management for the circular economy. Yeah, that's all from us. Thank you.
May I, if time permits?
Yes, please.
I think to add into the discussion, that is what started by Aladdin and also Dr. Adil and Ha. And here I see that circular economy is like this, and it is a part of a sustainable development paradigm where economic solutions are found for an environmental problem that need to be made more inclusive. That is that is how I see that as a transition to circular economy. If you see that is from that angle, and it has the domains of environmental policies that need much more stronger and need to be more effective. And yes, you mentioned. And the second thing is we need an economic policies that is much more market oriented. And third one is also we need to have a kind of a social policies that make sure that there is no losers in this transition. So given that condition and given that narratives, what type of policy coordination at the you can think about it, and what type of industries or what type of ministries need to come together, and when devising the stronger policies for implementations. And the second thing is what would be the role for the local governments in implementing the circular economy policies? Thank you.
Maybe I can answer. Maybe for the ministry, maybe for each country can the Ministry of the Finance and also the Economic Development can collaboration together. And also, as if I'm not mistaken, the Miss asking regarding the some NGO, maybe both of the Ministry and Ministry of Finance and Development maybe working together with the United Nations Environment Program, which is the they can collaborate more in the economy and then also for the sustainable government or sustainability in context of the economy. So that's it.
Do you have any more questions? If you don't have any more questions, to Team Ricardian, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well and congratulations for making it this far. Moreover, thank you, adjudicators, for putting our competitors to the test. This marks the end of the third session with Team Ricardian, in which delegates from the team are required to proceed to their respective breakout rooms.
Before moving on to the next session with Team Kenjin, we're going to have a 15-minute break while watching commercials from our sponsors, Sarana Multigria Finansial, Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, and Astra Credit Companies. After the break, Team Kenjin will present. To all participants, you may take a break now and require to rejoin the Zoom meeting later. Thank you.
Terbentang dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari Miangas hingga Roti, Indonesia merupakan negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Oleh karena itu, pemerataan pembangunan infrastruktur menjadi fokus penting guna penyediaan fasilitas sarana dan prasarana untuk menunjang kesejahteraan dan kemajuan masyarakat Indonesia. Dalam rangka penanganan dampak pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda, pemerintah melalui program terbentang dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari Miangas hingga Roti, Indonesia merupakan negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Oleh karena itu, pemerataan pembangunan infrastruktur menjadi fokus penting guna penyediaan fasilitas sarana dan prasarana untuk menunjang kesejahteraan dan kemajuan masyarakat Indonesia. Dalam rangka penanganan dampak pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda, pemerintah melalui Program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional (PEN) melakukan berbagai langkah untuk mendorong pemulihan perekonomian. Salah satunya melalui percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang merata. PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia Persero sebagai salah satu Special Mission Vehicles Kementerian Keuangan berperan aktif mendorong percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur. Melalui mandatnya sebagai penyedia penjaminan pemerintah di bidang infrastruktur, dengan skema kerjasama pemerintah dengan badan usaha atau KPBU maupun non-KPBU, memberikan fasilitas penyiapan proyek, serta memberikan penjaminan pemerintah untuk pelaku usaha korporasi dalam rangka pelaksanaan program PEN. Setelah 12 tahun berdiri, PT PII melaksanakan mandat yang diberikan dengan telah memberikan penjaminan sejumlah 39 proyek infrastruktur dengan total nilai investasi lebih dari 350 triliun rupiah. Terdapat 6 sektor infrastruktur yang telah diberikan penjaminan oleh PT PII, yaitu sektor jalan, air minum, ketenagalistrikan, transportasi, telekomunikasi, dan pariwisata. Melalui pelaksanaan mandatnya, PT PII hadir untuk mendorong percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang bermanfaat dalam peningkatan tenaga kerja, meningkatkan nilai tambah ekonomi, dan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan masyarakat. Melalui IIGF Institute, PT PII turut aktif dalam melaksanakan edukasi untuk pemahaman dan pengetahuan KPBU melalui capacity building di kalangan stakeholders, kementerian atau lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah. Serta telah menjalin kerjasama dengan 35 universitas nasional dalam pengembangan kapasitas sumber daya manusia dan kajian terkait KPBU dalam bendera University Network for Indonesia Infrastructure Development atau UNIID. Dalam hal penerapan tata kelola perusahaan yang baik, PT PII telah menerapkan 3 lines of defense, yaitu pengendalian risiko, pengawasan berbagai pihak, dan transparansi sebagai kunci utama dalam manajemen risiko bisnis dan perusahaan. PT PII juga telah menerima dukungan yang sangat baik dari para pemangku kepentingan, baik mitra bisnis dari pusat maupun daerah, yang selama ini berkomitmen dan berjuang bersama PT PII mengembangkan berbagai proyek infrastruktur. Dengan semangat sinergi, kolaborasi, dan inovasi, PT PII semakin kuat mewujudkan peran dan kontribusinya dalam mendukung pemerintah Republik Indonesia dalam mendorong, membangun, dan menjaga keberlanjutan pembangunan infrastruktur guna memberikan manfaat yang sebesar-besarnya bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia untuk mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia maju.
As a state-owned enterprise under the Ministry of Finance that provides secondary mortgage facilities, SMF plays a role as the government's fiscal tools to provide an affordable house to every Indonesian family. SMF facilitates the flow of medium or long-term funds from the capital market to the housing sector through mortgage lending institutions such as banks, Sharia banks, and regional development banks, BPDs, to encourage affordable home ownership for every Indonesian family. SMF continue to innovate and give impact to Indonesia.
Terbentang dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari Miangas hingga Roti, Indonesia merupakan negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Oleh karena itu, pemerataan pembangunan infrastruktur menjadi fokus penting guna penyediaan fasilitas sarana dan prasarana untuk menunjang kesejahteraan dan kemajuan masyarakat Indonesia. Dalam rangka penanganan dampak pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda, pemerintah melalui Program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional (PEN) melakukan berbagai langkah untuk mendorong pemulihan perekonomian. Salah satunya melalui percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang merata. PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia Persero sebagai salah satu Special Mission Vehicles Kementerian Keuangan berperan aktif mendorong percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur. Melalui mandatnya sebagai penyedia penjaminan pemerintah di bidang infrastruktur dengan skema kerjasama pemerintah dengan badan usaha atau KPBU maupun non-KPBU, memberikan fasilitas penyiapan proyek, serta memberikan penjaminan pemerintah untuk pelaku usaha korporasi dalam rangka pelaksanaan program PEN. Setelah 12 tahun berdiri, PT PII melaksanakan mandat yang diberikan dengan telah memberikan penjaminan sejumlah 39 proyek infrastruktur dengan total nilai investasi lebih dari 350 triliun rupiah. Terdapat 6 sektor infrastruktur yang telah diberikan penjaminan oleh PT PII, yaitu sektor jalan, air minum, ketenagalistrikan, transportasi, telekomunikasi, dan pariwisata. Melalui pelaksanaan mandatnya, PT PII hadir untuk mendorong percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang bermanfaat dalam peningkatan tenaga kerja, meningkatkan nilai tambah ekonomi, dan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan masyarakat. Melalui IIGF Institute, PT PII turut aktif dalam melaksanakan edukasi untuk pemahaman dan pengetahuan KPBU melalui capacity building di kalangan stakeholders, kementerian atau lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah. Serta telah menjalin kerjasama dengan 35 universitas nasional dalam pengembangan kapasitas sumber daya manusia dan kajian terkait KPBU dalam bendera University Network for Indonesia Infrastructure Development atau UNIID. Dalam hal penerapan tata kelola perusahaan yang baik, PT PII telah menerapkan 3 lines of defense, yaitu pengendalian risiko, pengawasan berbagai pihak, dan transparansi sebagai kunci utama dalam manajemen risiko bisnis dan perusahaan. PT PII juga telah menerima dukungan yang sangat baik dari para pemangku kepentingan, baik mitra bisnis dari pusat maupun daerah, yang selama ini berkomitmen dan berjuang bersama PT PII mengembangkan berbagai proyek infrastruktur. Dengan semangat sinergi, kolaborasi, dan inovasi, PT PII semakin kuat mewujudkan peran dan kontribusinya dalam mendukung pemerintah Republik Indonesia dalam mendorong, membangun, dan menjaga keberlanjutan pembangunan infrastruktur guna memberikan manfaat yang sebesar-besarnya bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia untuk mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia maju.
As a state-owned enterprise under the Ministry of Finance that provides secondary mortgage facilities, SMF plays a role as the government's fiscal tools to provide an affordable house to every Indonesian family. SMF facilitates the flow of medium or long-term funds from the capital market to the housing sector through mortgage lending institutions such as banks, Sharia banks, and regional development banks, BPDs, to encourage affordable home ownership for every Indonesian family. SMF continue to innovate and give impact to Indonesia.
terbentang dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Dari Miangas hingga Roti, Indonesia merupakan negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Oleh karena itu, pemerataan pembangunan infrastruktur menjadi fokus penting guna penyediaan fasilitas sarana dan prasarana untuk menunjang kesejahteraan dan kemajuan masyarakat Indonesia. Dalam rangka penanganan dampak pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda, pemerintah melalui Program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional (PEN) melakukan berbagai langkah untuk mendorong pemulihan perekonomian. Salah satunya melalui percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang merata. PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia Persero sebagai salah satu Special Mission Vehicles Kementerian Keuangan berperan aktif mendorong percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur melalui mandatnya sebagai penyedia penjaminan pemerintah di bidang infrastruktur dengan skema kerjasama pemerintah dengan badan usaha atau KPBU maupun non-KPBU, memberikan fasilitas penyiapan proyek, serta memberikan penjaminan pemerintah untuk pelaku usaha korporasi dalam rangka pelaksanaan program PEN. Setelah 12 tahun berdiri, PT PII melaksanakan mandat yang diberikan dengan telah memberikan penjaminan sejumlah 39 proyek infrastruktur dengan total nilai investasi lebih dari 350 triliun rupiah. Terdapat 6 sektor infrastruktur yang telah diberikan penjaminan oleh PT PII, yaitu sektor jalan, air minum, ketenagalistrikan, transportasi, telekomunikasi, dan pariwisata. Melalui pelaksanaan mandatnya, PT PII hadir untuk mendorong percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang bermanfaat dalam peningkatan tenaga kerja, meningkatkan nilai tambah ekonomi, dan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan masyarakat. Melalui IIGF Institute, PT PII turut aktif dalam melaksanakan edukasi untuk pemahaman dan pengetahuan KPBU melalui capacity building di kalangan stakeholders, kementerian atau lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah, serta telah menjalin kerjasama dengan 35 universitas nasional dalam pengembangan kapasitas sumber daya manusia dan kajian terkait KPBU dalam bendera University Network for Indonesia Infrastructure Development atau UNIID. Dalam hal penerapan tata kelola perusahaan yang baik, PT PII telah menerapkan 3 lines of defense, yaitu pengendalian risiko, pengawasan berbagai pihak, dan transparansi sebagai kunci utama dalam manajemen risiko bisnis dan perusahaan. PT PII juga telah menerima dukungan yang sangat baik dari para pemangku kepentingan, baik mitra bisnis dari pusat maupun daerah, yang selama ini berkomitmen dan berjuang bersama PT PII mengembangkan berbagai proyek infrastruktur. Dengan semangat sinergi, kolaborasi, dan inovasi, PT PII semakin kuat mewujudkan peran dan kontribusinya dalam mendukung pemerintah Republik Indonesia dalam mendorong, membangun, dan menjaga keberlanjutan pembangunan infrastruktur guna memberikan manfaat yang sebesar-besarnya.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the technical issues that we had just now, but our break has just ended, which means that the fourth session of the grand finals will start soon. For the adjudicators and also the delegates, please kindly turn on your cameras so that we can proceed to the next series of events. We will wait for the delegates from Team Keynesian to come to the main room.
Unfortunately, I will be presenting alone because given that we are running behind schedule, my co-author has to be somewhere else. Yes.
Now that the delegates from the Team Keynesian are present in the main room, we can move on to the fourth session of the grand finals. To Team Keynesian, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank
you. Now that the stage is
Good
ready, please prepare your presentation and ensure to turn on your camera. Now you can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, committee members and adjudicators. My name is Tristanzo, and I am from Team Keynesian. Unfortunately, my co-author, Sheila Rahmi Alifah, could not join us today because she was here, but then we are running behind schedule, so she has to be somewhere else. So I will present our findings and the Q&A session alone. And our policy brief is entitled Ensuring Just and Inclusive Circular Economic Development for the Global South, and we will advocate about the pragmatic way of getting the global North attention through the circular economic development in the global South. Next, please. So why is it necessary for the global South to have circular economy? Firstly, transition to circular economy has never been greater for our planet due to climate change. And according to circular economy, only 8.6 of the raw materials that are in your products, maybe in your phones or maybe in things that you eat, are reinserted back into the market. So the rest, 91.4% maybe are discarded and maybe laying in the waste somewhere. And it is actually a decline from 9.1% the previous year. And of course, this is a problem because in the global south, according to the United Nations, in 2050, 80% of the world population will live here in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Central Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So an overwhelming majority of the world population will live in the global south. So they will be the one who will produce waste, who will consume things and others. Therefore, it is essential that these 7 billion people spread across this region be served as by a circular economy to avoid damaging the planet even further. And next, please. So what is the problem? We have identified 3 problems. Firstly, we need high technology to adapt to a modern lifestyle. Well, of course, you can argue that maybe with the traditional method, then we can have CE, but then we are living in a modern world. So to adapt to a modern lifestyle, a circular economy needs high technology and other resources that global south countries may not be able to afford, like maybe, for example, machines or high electronics. And therefore, this requires the participation of the global north and also China. And that is crucial because they have the know-how and the resources to be transferred to the global south, to be implemented there. However, it's still underfunded. And if we use the Global Climate Fund, for example, which was, I think, established a few years ago, which has a pledge of raising $100 billion by 2020 to be given to less developed countries. this remains unfulfilled because as of today, only 20 billion out of 100 billion has been realized. And that's only around 20%. And this is for all climate change projects, maybe including the circular economy financing. And therefore, the money that goes into circular economy financing for the global south is way lower. Next, please. So what is the problem here? We identified that many appeals convince the global north countries to help combat climate change and by extension to build circular economy. Of course, rely on this appeal of the so-called common good. So please, if you sacrifice, well, I don't know, $50 billion, maybe then we can build circular economy in the global south that will be benefit for all, that will benefit everyone on earth. However, there are power politics at play in the international arena, as always, because global north countries are expected to sacrifice part of their strength, economic strength at the very least, for the quote-unquote common good. However, no one will make sacrifices that will leave them weaker relative to other powers. Like, for example, maybe if the United States just give $100 billion to the global south, then the United States will be weaker by $100 billion, right? And that is, I think, not, I can say the United States has a low possibility of doing that because of the way we construct this narrative. Because power, be it economic, military, or political, is the currency of the international arena. So a new way of appeal and framing is needed to gain the global north plus, including China, and also the oil states' attention. Next, please. So these are our several examples. So these, I can say these two examples use the word quote-unquote sacrifice as if we have to, I don't know, to give something from us for the betterment of the whole world. And that may be true, of course, I agree with that. But then we do believe that humans are inherently selfish, that they will always think about themselves first before thinking about others. And this applies to nation state. So like, for example, on the left, for example, Sharman states that actions which reduce the standard of living is difficult for electoral reasons because government failed to educate the public that climate change is war and war in sacrifice is necessary. And on the right too, saving millions of lives is, require sacrifice from all Americans. And that is something that we believe has to change in the way we construct the appeal to the global north. Next, please. So what are the recommendations? First, we need to change our narrative. We need to appeal to the selfish interests of the global north. Why is it in the interest of the United States? Why is it in the interest of the EU? Why is it in the interest of China to finance circular economy development in the global south? Why is that? Maybe they are looking for international influence. Maybe they are looking for soft power. Maybe they are looking for positive image. And in case of the United States and China, they want to compete with other great powers. And this is what inherently, this is what they want to hear. Because whether one believes it or not, interest is always the main driving factor in every state's activities in the international arena. Maybe, yeah, maybe, sure, maybe out of, mercy is one of them. But again, interest will always comes first when there's a conflict between the country's interest and the common good. Okay, so maybe, for example, by financing circular economy development in Indonesia, for example, the United States can have more, I can say, more soft power in Indonesia, be seen with a more positive light by the government and the people here. Maybe also if the United States fund circular economy project in Indonesia, maybe the United States can quote unquote sway Indonesia away from the Chinese influence. And the global south countries can do their part too by playing the global north of one another. So China and the United States are now in what we call great power competition, meaning that they are in a competition for influence, for power, and for other things. And the global south can remain neutral and just, play these countries off one another by maybe, for example, if China wants to fund maybe $100 billion of circular economy development in Indonesia, maybe Indonesia can propose the United States and say, look, China is giving us $100 billion. How much can you give? Maybe if you give us $120 billion, then we'll have a deal. And that's what we believe to be the things that we have to change, in which we have to appeal to their interests of the global north. And of course, there are possible ramifications. Maybe global north countries could start seeing the effect of could start seeing the effort to finance circular economic development in other countries as a tool to spread its influence rather than just a charity. Because if you are convinced that what you are doing is within your interest, especially within your selfish interest, then we will devote more resources into it. Rather than, for example, if you are convinced that this is just a charity, then maybe you will give, I don't know, 0.5% of your wealth. But if you are convinced that you are doing this because it is your selfish interest, then maybe you will give them maybe 2% or 3% of your wealth, which is significantly more. And Beijing and Washington and Indonesia and Brussels maybe will take financial circular economy financing seriously as part of an instrument to outcompete the other. And yes, of course, we recognize that this may be politicized, but again, if we politicize some things, then maybe people will talk more about it. Then maybe there are more awareness of it. And yeah, thanks to these, I can say policy prescriptions, combating climate change may not be seen as noble as before, but again, this is the pragmatic way for the global south to gain financing to construct circular economy in their respective states. Next, please. And that's all for our presentation. Thank you very much. And next, please. Next, please. Okay, then yes. So these are the references that we use to construct this presentation. Thank you very much, and I am looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
So, Dr. Aladdin, you would like to?
Yeah, maybe I can start the discussion here.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Tristanto, for your presentation. I really like what you mentioned about the need for a pragmatic approach, right? And maybe it can work or maybe it will not work, but the fact that we are looking at these circular economy issues in a more pragmatic way is, I think, another way of looking at the issues. I was looking at your last slide on your recommendations, right? Maybe if we can look at the one on the conclusion part of the slides. And wherein you mentioned about there is a need for a new way to appeal, right, among countries in the world. Of course, that is easily said and done because we know that the political realities are totally different, right? There's always rivalry among big powers like the US and China. So I wonder what you mean by a new way of appealing, okay, to these countries. If you can further elaborate on that. Because we want to be very concrete here in terms of what we mean by what you mean by that. Okay, considering, as I mentioned, about the political realities of power rivalry that is happening right now. My second question to you is about the modality in terms of how we can achieve this cooperation better. Because for me, if you want to address issues on circular economy, it would take a lot of cooperation among countries, right, in the world to address all these issues. So my second question to you is, what do you think about multilateral cooperation? Do you think that can be one modality to address issues related to circular economy? And I think related to that, if you put it in the context of the region in ASEAN, do you think regional cooperation can also be a viable instrument to address all these issues about circular economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rillo. And I would like to answer your first question first. And yes, we do recognize, as I've already mentioned, that there are great power rivalries and there are also power politics. And what we want to propose here is that the global South countries must take advantage of this uh, great power competition, of this power politics in the international arena. And as I have mentioned before, maybe, for example, the global South countries can appeal to the United States. For example, Indonesia can ask the United States, how much are you willing to give for our circular economy financing? Maybe the United States will give a number. Say, for example, I don't know, $20 billion, maybe, for example. And then Indonesia can just propose this to China and say, hey, China, the United States wants to give us $20 billion. How much can you offer? Maybe China will offer, say, for example, $30 billion. Okay. And maybe Indonesia can return back to the United States and say, hey, United States, China is giving us $30 billion. How much can you give? Okay, so this is what we want to, I can say, we want to propose here. No more constructing this as an act of charity, but more of constructing this as a tool to spread the influence of states. Okay, because remember, if you give money to a state, if, for example, Indonesia give foreign aid to, I don't know, to Palestine, for example, then Indonesia will have some sort of interest there. Maybe, for example, Indonesia wants soft power. Maybe Indonesia wants a good image in its international, in the conduct of international relations. Maybe countries will look to Indonesia more positively. Okay, so maybe if the United States finance circular economy development in Indonesia or in other countries in the global south, and maybe the United States will get more positive image in those countries. Okay, and for your second question, what do we think about multilateral cooperation? Yes, of course, we believe that multilateral cooperation is something that must be achieved. And for example, in the G20, we have, I can say, reached a hallmark of what they say is a hallmark of climate cooperation. I have not seen the complete leaders' declaration yet, but I think we will, I can say, research further on that. But then, yes, we do believe that multilateral cooperation is something that we should strive for. However, in the context of great power competition and the gathering storm in the next few years, that the window for multilateral cooperation is closing. Yeah, maybe let me give you an example. We often talk about the need for a climate cooperation between the United States and China. Okay, many people talk about the need for the United States and China to compartmentalize the issue of climate change. And by extension, maybe they will finance, do research on circular economy as well. But then, even this cooperation is secondary in terms, and power politics is their primary concern. And in August 2022, for example, when the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Madam Nancy Pelosi, visited Taipei and Taiwan, China retaliated by, one of them is by suspending climate change cooperation with the United States. So again, yes, multilateral cooperation is something that we should strive to. But then, when, for example, the world is further divided into blocks, and when multilateral cooperation are no longer necessary, then maybe we need to look for opportunities. What can each of these blocs, what can the US bloc and the Chinese bloc offer to the global south? And yes, ASEAN is maybe a concrete, I can say, one of the silver linings it is, because ASEAN has been successful in bringing both powers, the United States and China, together. But I think if we use ASEAN as a framework, I don't think that it will be enough, because ASEAN has this thing called non-interference in domestic affairs, and many ASEAN countries adhere to this principle, I can say, extremely well. So maybe uh, circular economic cooperation in ASEAN can be hindered with this, I can say, with this non-cooperation principle. Yes, that's all for my answer. Thank you very much, and I look forward to other questions.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. Yeah, it was like an interesting view of approaching the topic. So 2 questions. I think first is about your recommendations. Maybe I understood not clearly, but like the question is why, could you highlight why South will need technology from North? Because like, yeah, so that is the first. The second is, I think your discussion revolves around game theory, isn't it? And the last example which you are just quoting in terms of China pulling out from climate change cooperation with US due to Taiwan situation. So one thing is clear, that to have a cooperation under the game theory framework, you need to have a certain platform in which everyone have a mutual interest. So cooperation is not working because there are so many political issues. So that you have proposed. But the other strategy is like under the game theory is that like under the prisoner dilemma, and then the equilibrium will be achieved when every party try to get maximum benefit from its move. So my point is, in this situation which you were proposing, like resorting to China or resorting to US, what interest you have if like there is no coordination and it is a prisoner dilemma? So there is no, what interest is it in the US interest that they will be adopting this strategy? Because their strategy of extending money for climate change to developing countries, what maximum benefits they will be achieving? So this even, yeah, so that's my, because you just rightly mentioned at the end that cooperation hasn't worked. And cooperation is very hard to maintain unless you don't have the platform. So I think your whole topic revolves around the game theory framework.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, sir. Yes, so to answer the first question, why do the South need technology from the North? Well, it is the global North that is home to many of the world's developed countries, where many of the world's, I can say, world's mega corporations are headquartered. It is, I can say, many of the scientific, scientific advancement are invented or is developed there. It is in the global North and China as well. So it's the global North plus China.
Yeah, so that was a little bit, they need technology for what? Because you didn't explain it.
Oh, yes, of course. So, yeah, because many of the global countries will need, I don't know, maybe factories, maybe machines, maybe computer systems, maybe even AI, or maybe even chemicals and other materials that is required to recycle these waste and to reinsert them back into the market. And this, I can say, this waste recycling system can require a lot of maybe advanced machineries and advanced chemicals and advanced techniques that are in development in the global North today. And so that is why the global South will need the expertise, and we need the technology from the global North to to develop their circular economy. And for the second question, yes, we recognize that this is about game theory, and yes, we agree that now cooperation in climate change can be seen as deteriorating between the world's major powers, the United States and China. And our policy proposal is precisely for countries to work within that condition. Okay, so why is it in the US interest? Well, of course, if maybe, for example, the US give hundreds of billions of dollars to other countries, then maybe the United States will have more influence over those countries, right? Maybe the United States will have more soft power. Maybe though that country will see the United States in a more positive way. And also the United States image regarding climate cooperations we do believe have been deteriorated because of the withdrawal of the Trump administration from the Paris Climate Accord. And yes, even though President Biden has returned the United States into the Paris Climate Accord, many countries remain skeptical about the United States' commitment to that. And this is one of the things that countries of the world can play. And they can appeal to the United States that say, if you finance circular economy in our country, or maybe if you donate more money to the Green Climate Fund that was constructed a few years ago, then maybe the United States will have more positive image around the world. Maybe maybe other countries will see the United States in a more positive light, or maybe other countries will resort less to China, and more countries will resort to the United States to finance. Yes.
Just add over here, because like in the recent climate change negotiations, the recent meetings, it was very hard to get financing under the Global Green Fund. Yes. And the second is, if the US has to give money, so US has a lot of other strategic objectives like Ukraine, Pacific, they will be like spending money. My point is, under the game theory framework of the climate change, why climate change will be on their agenda as the most important agenda. And we have seen in the Trump administration the kind of developments we have seen in Australia, in US. So the proposition which you are proposing is like a little bit different to what we have seen over the recent past.
Yeah, well, seeing from game theory, then of course it's in the United States' interest to fund climate change in other countries to gain an advantage over China. Okay, in the framework of great power competition, of course. And maybe if the United States pledge $100 billion to combat climate change, if the United States maybe pledge, I don't know, $200 billion to finance economic cooperation in the global south, then many countries in the global south will look to the US in a more positive way. And by that regard, maybe the United States can gain an advantage in this, I can say, war for soft power in the world today. And yes, that's it for my short explanation regarding how to see this through the lens of game theory.
Yeah, can I follow up? Actually, Dr. Michael has already mentioned about game theory. So my very first impression when I heard about your proposal of trying to attract the fund by putting US and China against each other and say, okay, that guy is giving me more money. It sounds to me like an auction. And for an auction, right, you as a bidder, you have to determine how much should I bid, what is the value that I will get. So that's what Dr. Miankel has already mentioned. Now I want to mention about the the receiver. So we from developing countries are the receiver, right, of the fund. Now, supposing that these powers have agreed to provide you with billions of US dollars, then as the receiver, aren't you worried about the conditions that often go with these funds? Obviously, you mentioned that they may have some soft power that go with the fund, right? Look at the example of China's Belt and Road Initiative. So a lot of discussions about the debt trap that the receiver of this fund are facing. So you as the government, let's say Indonesia, you want to attract and you receive this fund, are you happy to accept those conditions? And usually it will not be a free gift. There will be a lot of conditions. Then how would you address those conditions and how would you try to limit the risk, not only for your generation, but the burden may be carried on to several generations from now?
Well, yes, we do recognize that there is never a free lunch. There is never been a free lunch, right? If you get something from the United States, you will have to do something for them in return. The same goes for China. The same goes for the European Union, of course. But then again, the global South countries will have to assess what are the conditions that China offer. What are the conditions that is offered by the United States? For example, China wants a 99-year lease on this port, for example, that will result in the diminution of your sovereignty. For example, maybe like in Sri Lanka, maybe, I don't know. And of course, you as the developing country will have to assess that. Are you in favor of that? Are you willing to, I can say, sell your sovereignty to China? Okay, and are these propositions acceptable to you? And if this proposition is not acceptable to you, then maybe you can negotiate with China. That this proposition is non-negotiable. It is our red line. Do you have other alternative? And if China says no, then maybe the developing countries can turn to the United States. Maybe the United States will offer you a better alternative because the United States needs a competitive advantage in the world in this great power competition, and especially in ASEAN too. And of course, we will have to, I can say, assess the conditions extremely well, because if you have signed that agreement, if there is an ink on paper, then you are legally bound to that agreement, right? For maybe, I don't know, for decades to come. And that is why the conditions will have to be thoroughly assessed, thoroughly analyzed, and maybe we can also leverage those conditions, as I have mentioned before. Maybe China requests Indonesia to sign a 99-year lease on this port, for example. And Indonesia did not agree, and China don't want to give Indonesia an alternative. Okay, then what is the solution? Maybe Indonesia can turn to the United States and say, look, United States, China is giving us this, but again, these three conditions. Can you offer us a better deal? Can you give us more money in exchange for us to be able to safeguard our sovereignty? And if the United States says yes, then there it is. You have a deal to finance your circular economy development. Yes, there will always be conditions. And in the construction sites too, there will always be, I can say, a set of rules, a set of requirements from the United States, what can be done or what must be done. And yet, we have to be realistic. If, for example, you give a loan to your friend, maybe, I don't know, $1 million loan to your friends, will you lend those money without conditions? Of course not. You will always give them conditions. Maybe, you will require your friend to live with you there home certificate or land certificate in case they don't pay, right? Maybe you will give them condition on the installment. Maybe maybe you want the debt to be repaid to you in 6 months installment, etc., etc. And the same is true in this, I can say, climate change financing. If you ask money from China, if you ask money from the IMF, if you ask money from Japan, if you ask money from the EU, if you ask money from the United States, these bodies will always give you a set of conditions that you must follow. Yeah, and yes, we recognize that is a reality. What is the duty of the government in developing countries is that they must thoroughly assess whether this condition is acceptable to them for not just at the present moment, but maybe decades to come. Because again, as I agree with you, what you have said, that the agreement will affect future generations. And that is why the countries of the global south will have to thoroughly assess the conditions because it may affect the future of their nation. And that is for my answer. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You need a very strong bargaining power then. Thank you.
Yes. Unfortunately, my time has elapsed. And I would like to thank you all of the adjudicators and also the committee members. And thank you for listening to our presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Are there any more questions? If not, then I'm sorry to have to interrupt you here, but I'm afraid that unfortunately the time is up. To Team Kenjin, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well and we would like to congratulate you for making it this far. We also would like to thank the adjudicators for putting our competitors to the test. This marks the end of the fourth session with Team Kenjin, in which delegates from the team must move to their respective breakout rooms. Moving on, we are going to start the fifth session with Team Classical.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon to our honorable judges and those who are up to watch our presentation. It is nice to meet you today, but first, let us introduce ourselves.
Ready? Please prepare your presentation and make sure to turn on your camera. You can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so good afternoon to our honorable judges again, and those who are up to watch our presentation. It is nice meeting you today. First, let us introduce ourselves from the classical team. My name is Maria Yastika.
And my name is Meizara Fidati.
And we're going to present our topic on garbage power plant.
An opportunity for future circular economy. In our presentation, we're going to talk about the first introduction of the waste management profile. And the second, we're going to talk about research overview, which is the importance of additional resources. And the third, we're going to talk about the discussion or analysis, which is the underlying reasons why we want to propose our policy recommendation. And eventually, we're going to talk with policy recommendation in the end. Next, please.
Okay, so starting from the introduction of waste management profile, Asian countries with a combined population of more than 625 million people, which account for 8.8% of the world's population, is projected to be increased. And as a result of that, waste generation is increasing, both in volume and composition. Here, we have a data of projected waste generation in some Asian countries, which are Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, etc. And it can be seen that the projected waste and predicted year of 2025 have a higher amount compared to current year. So, as predicted waste generation goes up, many Asian nations may be faced with the grave environmental challenge posed by an increase in the number of households and businesses. Next, we also have several impacts of improper waste disposal, where the first one is air pollution, climate change, land and water contamination that happen when waste is dumped on soil or other land. Next, we also have economic loss and management costs. Waste also represent an economic loss and burden to our society. Labor and the other inputs such as land, energy, etc., used in extraction and consumption are also lost when the leftovers are discarded. And next impact would be our very own ecosystem. So waste impacts the environment indirectly as well. Whatever is not recycled or recovered from waste represent a loss of raw material and other inputs used in the chain. On the slide, on the right, we can see data of mismanaged waste on Asian countries, and we have Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And with the majority of Asian countries having representative data examples with a high average percentage at 77.2 of mismanaged waste. And this leads us to the conclusion that a great number of nations need to find a way to maximize the potential uses of the waste and that they produce, so that this waste can contribute to the growth and development of the nation. Next slide, please.
Okay, so now we are moving on to the research overview, which we're going to talk about two important reasons or the urgency why we want to propose our policy recommendation. The first issue is the growing waste problem, and in this case, we are using Southeast Asia as the object. Now let's take a look on the graph. The first dominating waste in Asia is an organic waste, and it is counted for about 51% of total waste, and then it's followed by the plastic at 14%. Moreover, the municipal solid waste is predicted to increase more than double, in particularly 600 million tons between year 2015 and 2025. Could you imagine how severe possible impact could be, underlining that Asia itself already has 77.2% mismanaged waste? Landfills are the cheapest method of disposal, and the massive increase of waste to leads overcapacity. Eventually, up to 90% of world's plastic waste is not being disposed properly. And it could be very harmful since it generates 11% of all global methanol emissions. The second is the increase in the electricity demand consumption. From the World Bank data that was generated since 1971 until 2019, the trend of electricity consumption in Asian, and in this case we took example of 5 countries, all of them tend to show an increase in electricity consumption. Based on the data, energy consumption is up to 4,652 kilowatt per capita. Furthermore, by 2035, it is forecasted that the consumption will be more than double the generation capacity. And to compare for 2011, the increase will approximately be at 83%. However, the energy research is still dominated by the non-renewable resource such as oil, which accounted for 51,100 kilowatt per hour, and coal, which accounted for 44,473 kilowatt per hour. Meanwhile, the renewables energy and only account for 2,373 kilowatt per hour, which is a very small number compared to the non-renewable. And of course, if there is no further solution to this matter, the current condition will eventually be very concerning, especially for the future generation. The chemical emits from the non-renewable energy, such as coal, produce emissions called sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and particulate matter 2.5. One of those, which is PM2.5, is the most harmful air pollutant to human health and increased risk of premature mortality. Sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide is also very concerning for public health and the ecosystem. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the discussion analysis, as the living standards in the region rise, people will create more municipal solid waste, right? For example, from their homes, office, shops, and other public places. This is usually a mix of food leftovers, paper, plastic packaging, clothing, metal, glass, and etc. The challenge is that most of Asian countries depend on landfills to store this waste. As aforementioned, there is a problem with this approach because landfill has very limited capacity. To overcome the two problems, which are the growing waste and the growing demand energy consumption, we come with one possible solution, which is the garbage power plant or waste to energy. So basically, what is garbage power plant? Garbage power plant or waste to energy is a waste management policy that utilizes waste as a fuel to produce steam in a boiler and is used to generate electricity. Now let's take a look from a successful evidence from Sweden. Sweden has implementing this policy for about good 20 years, and with this period of time, 59% of trash is converted to energy, 49% is being recycled, and only 1% that end up into the landfill. It is also succeed to generate energy in heating up to 1 million houses, provides electricity for 215 houses, and generates revenue for 1,000 million US dollar from importing and recycling other countries' waste. For example, the United Kingdom, Norway, Ireland, and Italy are willing to pay 43 USD for every ton of waste to the Sweden. And by implementing this policy, Sweden managed to reduce its carbon dioxide emissions by 2.2 million tons a year. Between year 1990 and 2006, carbon dioxide emissions went down by about 34%, and greenhouse gas emissions are projected to fall by 76% by 2020 compared to the levels in 1990. However, we also take a closer example for cost and benefit analysis by the implementation of garbage power plant in China and Indonesia. In Indonesia, it is being stated that the garbage power plant will incinerate at least 1 ton of waste per day, and it's kind of concerning for the air pollution, which is it's the cost. However, for the benefit, it is also beneficial to reduce waste at landfill by at least 2 per 3. Meanwhile, in China, the cost is in reality, the garbage power plant is quite complicated because the incineration eliminates physical waste. So it needs some kind of pre-sorting materials to remove organic and non-flammable. However, the policy can decrease for at least 90% of the total waste at the landfill. However, since we are comparing about between Sweden and Indonesia and China, I think there is a huge different background from the countries. Since quote unquote, the emerging economic is still new player in this field, right? So the further research is required for the implementations, particularly for those in economic emerging countries, in order to reduce the visible risks, which include things like air pollution, water waste, sorting technology, and other such things. Next slide, please.
Okay, moving on to the recommendations. We separated into 3 sections, mainly solutions, policy recommendations, and possible impact. Where our solution is garbage power plant, as explained. It is needed with increasingly limited land availability and the steady growth of cities, and government need to implement effective and sustainable waste management solutions. And for our recommendations, we separated into 2 sections, that is the public awareness and government. Maybe we're going to explain it from the public awareness perspective first. So the first recommendation is to strengthen solid waste management practices, knowledge to the societies. At every stage, the planning should be marketed and explained to the general public, including a full description of the challenges and benefits of GPP technology by public socializing and easy access information. Next is to increase national sanitation campaigns, particularly at the household level, to enhance community understanding of health waste behavior and reduce the household practice of disposing waste directly into the environment. And for government perspective recommendations, first is to invest in new well-managed final disposal sites and upgrade existing sites. Next is to systematically monitor and improve waste data by enabling a range decision support tools such as commercial, new, and emerging GPP technologies to be considered, each carrying different risks. It is important to understand nature and magnitude of this risk to ensure appropriate mitigation, management, and regulation. And this has the possible impact of progressively achieving the waste strategy targets to 75% of recycle of all waste streams and 25% of reduced household waste generation. Thus, sustained efforts to promote waste to energy as part of renewable energy mix through various policy enablers for investment. Next slide, please. And that will be the end of our presentation for today. We hope it is useful for your future references. We do apologize if there were any wrongs that we said. And before we close out our presentation, we'd like to give you a quote that we found and inspire us to make this policy recommendation. Today's waste
is tomorrow's energy. For your time and attention, we would like to say thank you.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Classical, for the presentation. And now we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can start unmuting to voice out your respective questions.
Okay, maybe I can start the Q&A. Thank you, Yastika and Maysara, okay, for your presentation. I really like your presentation in the sense that you really made a very strong case why waste management is important, and a very concrete idea also of building this garbage power plant. Okay, I think that shows the line of thinking that you have in developing this presentation. When I look at the recommendations that you indicated in your last slide, I think this is where I have some questions to both of you. First, on the need for public awareness, I think it is definitely important, in my view, to change the mindset of the people, right? But the reality is that is more difficult than that, right? We can easily say public awareness, but when you look at what's happening across countries, the level of awareness isn't there. And the problem is that the government also is doing not much, right? So I think there is always a questions of governance, right? On how the government is able to implement that. And at the same time, the issue of whether the government is really willing to do that, okay? So I think on that ground, on that issue, my question to you is that, do you think public awareness is enough, or what else we need to do to ensure that the people's mindset is changed, right? So that they are really encouraged to believe that waste management is indeed important. Okay, that's my first question. My second question is on your second policy recommendation about the need for investment and monitoring. Okay. Again, investment is important. I fully agree with both of you, but we are talking here of some constraints, right, in each country. There are other priorities in each country, and we're not so sure whether waste management can be one important priority for the government to invest. And also at the same time, whether there is a very strong monitoring mechanism involved. I think you mentioned the importance of that. But I think my question to you on that issue is, how do you ensure that investment can really come in, right, towards effective waste management? And how can you convince me that monitoring is going to work, right, when in fact there are issues regarding regulations, right, in each country? And also there are issues about information. I mean, data is not available everywhere. And that makes monitoring quite very challenging. So maybe if you can just address some of these questions or some comments of mine, just to ensure that we have a better understanding of the policy recommendations that you're putting in place in your paper. But I really like the fact that you're very clear in terms of what you want to do. But maybe what is needed here is more elaboration in terms of how these two recommendations can actually work, okay, in the real world. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. Maybe I want to answer for the first one. When we're talking about the public, it's a lot number of persons, right? And the government is actually cannot really manage each one of them and really monitoring each one of them to really be aware about this current issue. But what I learned from Sweden is like, I'm curious, how could they implement and they successfully implement this garbage plan. The Sweden state that it's because they try to educate the citizens, right? Start from the first primary education about the waste garbage plan. For example, they start to introduce why this important, what is circular economy, why we need to, why this important for the future generations, why, how this will impact to current situation and for future situation. So I think one of the key factors that is need to do by the government, maybe we can, maybe especially for the educational institution, is how we educate the citizens right from their primary schools or elementary school. Since from what I know is that we try we study about it like in a deeper way is when we are in a college or when we are in a higher education level, right? So the difference between Sweden is that they already implementing or they already educate their citizens is like start from the primary levels. Maybe that's my answer for the first question. Is that answering, or is there any follow-up question?
Maybe I'd like to add from the first questions, and I agree with what my teammate has said, maybe to add a little bit more of the outline. So how do we make sure the public will participate to the regulation? So we make this regulation so that the people are used and know to what's happening around them. So it is used in their daily life and it will eventually be a part of their life. Because if we start now, then it will have a beneficial long-term effect. And that would be my question, our answer for the first question. Maybe moving on to the second question regarding the waste is not the government priority to invest, and how do we ensure investment can really come into effective management, and how can we convince that monitor is going to work? So investment maintaining is important in our perspective is because by maintaining the garbage power plant and making sure that every facilitation is in the power plant are utilized properly, it will have a good use and a good output as well. And how can we convince that monitor is going to work? So we want to make sure that every part of utilization in the garbage power plant are used and maybe recycled and used effectively. And that would be my answer. Maybe my teammate would like to answer.
Maybe for the investment, I think since we are already stated in our presentation that waste is a growing economic problem, if we're not tackling it from now, then it would be very that will be severely impact for the future. And I think that SDGs or circular economy, it should be one of the top priority in a nation. So that maybe would be my answer for the second question. Thank you, sir. Is there any follow-up question or anything unclear?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation, Maria and Nizar. So it was a policy brief, and it was a commercial brief, a commercial advice, like in terms of how we should manage waste. So my first question is why we have waste treatment plants in Sweden, UK, and Italy, and why we don't have waste treatment plants in Australia or in other countries. So that's the first question. Like, what are you are proposing to build a plant, waste treatment, and we have a success story. Few countries have done it, but few countries have not done it. So what are the obstacles can come? Because you're talking about implementing and advocacy and those things. Second is, what are the advantages of having landfills and why we should be treating like in terms of commercial decisions, because this was a commercial brief. So any government, when it will go, they will talk in terms of returns and like cost benefit analysis. So it was good to see cost benefit slide points in your analysis, but like it fell short of like in terms of commercial decisions and those things. So I would like to have your views on these two questions. And thirdly, why Indonesia should have it. So we can't hear you. You have to unmute.
Okay, sir. Maybe for the first question, why we have risk management plans in Sweden, UK, and why we don't have risk treatment plan in Australia and other countries? Basically for this answer, I'm actually not really sure because I haven't really deep dive into another country, which I only read several about happen in Sweden and some countries that have implemented this policy. Maybe for instance, Australia, maybe they have their own their own solution for their own problem, which each country knows their own best how their own capacity how to treat some problems in in each country, which Australia might have a different background from Sweden, and another country that implementing garbage power plants. So maybe Australia think that it's not in our priority. We have any other plans that we think it's more efficient to overcome our problem. That's maybe my answer for the first question.
Again, you are unmute. You have to unmute.
Okay, maybe that would be all for my teammates' answer. And now I'm going to answer for the second and third question regarding the landfills and in terms of commercial and what are our views on it and why Indonesia should have social campaign. So in our opinion, the reason why these campaigns are important is to raise public awareness. And we also need the public to know what they're doing. So by having the public know what they're doing to create less waste, such as to prevent pollution, reduces the need to harvest new raw materials, save energies, and other things that they can do to reduce these effects is going to help us. And by increasing the public awareness and having the society know what they're going to do, it's going to help to the overall environment as well. And that would be our answer to the question.
My point is like, does Indonesia has a policy of supporting and promoting waste power generation through waste treatment? Because there is a power generation policy and government have incentive regimes. And like from that perspective, how feasible it would be?
About the risk treatment in Indonesia, it's actually for the garbage power plant in Indonesia itself. It's kind of controversial since it's implemented in several regions. If I'm not mistaken, it's 12. And in Bali and in Surabaya, it's kind of very controversial because, as I said in the cost analysis, that it pollutes, that the incrimination is pollutes about 1,000 pollutant a day. For that, maybe that's the evaluation for the Indonesian government. They need to add the risk assessment at their garbage power plant policy. Maybe that would be my answer.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on the comment by Dr. Miankel. Before providing recommendation, it's very important to understand what has been done in your own country or what hasn't been done and why, right? So the first thing is, I would like to know if you are aware of any ongoing initiative by the Indonesian government to address the issue of waste mismanagement. And if there is any, but it doesn't work, then what are the difficulties, what are the challenges. And the second is that why is the waste management issue not high on the policy agenda? Because you said that they should be prioritized, right? But if you look at the issue of Indonesia, for example, the palm oil sector is a highly controversial sector. But, it's very unsustainable for the environment, but it's very crucial for the economy, for poverty reduction in Indonesia. So there are many policy priorities that need to be taken into consideration. So why is the waste management not already high on the policy agenda? And what do you think could be done to improve the status? If you think it's important, what should be done to improve the status of this on the policy program of Indonesian government?
Okay, maybe I'd like to answer that regarding what has and hasn't been done for the government in Indonesia to tackle this issue as to improve waste management. I have a limited knowledge of it, but I can give you example of it that the government of Indonesia has been doing to tackle this issue. Is first, we know that Indonesia once announced a plan in to tackle plastic. And in a daily life that we met is by having conventional stores or maybe food stores that reduces plastic uses and changes it into recyclable bags. And that is the real example that we have met in real life. And we also found in one of our journals that we read yesterday that Indonesia once aimed to cut marine plastic waste by maybe 60 to 70% within 5 or 10 years. And we have also a plan by the year of 2040 that Indonesia plans to be entirely plastic pollution free. We know that those are the purpose that the government of Indonesia are trying to do. And the implementations were also mentioned in our in my explanation earlier.
Yeah, maybe just a follow-up question to both of you, if I may. I was looking at your slides, particularly the introductory part in your presentation, when you mention about when you look at country comparison, right, in ASEAN in terms of waste management profile. And I think you also mentioned in your slide there that as a conclusion, you mentioned that countries should need to find a way to maximize the potential use of the waste. I think, okay. I wonder whether as part of your policy recommendations, you can also look at how Indonesia and other countries in ASEAN can work together towards addressing this waste management. And if you think that is important, what do you think should be done at the regional level, okay, to ensure that waste management problem is being addressed effectively? Because I think this is more of an issue of a regional issue rather than only a national issue. Therefore, whatever is done at the regional level can also impact on at the national level, particularly in the case of Indonesia. If you can just comment on that, I think that will make your paper more convincing in terms of what needs to be done, right, to address this issue, which for me goes beyond a national issue, but it's also an issue within the region. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then maybe I'd like to answer first. Thank you for the question, sir. So a way to maximize the potential use of waste and how Indonesia can work together to overcome this issue and what can be done, whether it is by regional level or any other level of area. So we think that how Indonesia can work with other countries, which in this case, I think the feasibility is of our neighboring countries is by identifying good practices and setting regional norms and having other countries as comparison, as a benchmark. So maybe in this example, the ASEAN countries can establish the principles of maybe results-driven and results-based on policy, focusing on identifying good and maybe innovative approaches and evaluating their effectiveness by, as I mentioned earlier, by comparing the effectiveness, whether the policy work or not on these countries. And we think that the ASEAN countries should continue to work towards identifying best practices across different policy areas and teams from within the community, from regional level to the international level from the outside region, as well as setting standards and norms. And that would be our answer, sir.
Okay, have you looked at also, because this issue has been addressed a lot in ASEAN, so I wonder whether you had a chance to also look at the different initiatives in ASEAN in terms of waste management, addressing this issue of waste management, because I think that would also give you some ideas in terms of what are the policy issues that you have to look at that can be very relevant in your paper.
Okay, maybe I'll answer to that. How do we know other regional is working to fix this problem as well? That's why we are stand as an association, and there would be some of conference that we held to talk about this. For example, that there is a conference for World Environment Day and World of Ocean Day, where the Asian gather and report each of their milestone about tackling this, and maybe from this kind of event they could see whether each one of them is really implementing their own policy in the country. Maybe that would be the answer.
Okay. Okay, maybe last question from me. Again, looking at your slides, you mentioned about the use of different technologies, right, in addressing waste management. I know that right now Indonesia is talking a lot about digitalization, right? And not only Indonesia, but the rest of the region. So what do you think is needed here in terms of how technologies can really help address or support addressing this issue of waste management?
So how can technology really help to support this? Actually, for the waste management, the technology is the best line for how it works. And how it can really help, I think the help it will be very beneficial if they could tackle the cost analysis, like for pollution, like as I mentioned before in my slide, that one of the costs is in the sorting the garbage. And maybe if the technology can be maximized in this waste management, and through the garbage power plant, for example, maybe it could enhance in terms of the sorting of the garbage itself. Maybe that would be the answer.
And maybe I'd like to add my teammate, with the help of technology in the waste management, it is possible to detect in a fast way the processes of generating bigger waste quantities, enable more effective improvement actions, and reducing the quantity of generated waste. And that would be our answer.
We deeply apologize to have to interrupt you here, but I'm afraid, unfortunately, time is up. To Team Classical, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for coming this far. We'd also like to thank you for the educators for putting our competitors to the test. This marks the end of the 5th session with Team Classical, in which delegates from the team are required to move to their respective breakout rooms. Moving on, we are going to start the 6th or the last session of the Grand Finals with Team Neoclassical. Now that the delegates from the Team Neoclassical are in the main room, we can move on to the last session of the Grand Finals with Team Neoclassical. Now that the stage is ready, please prepare your presentation and ensure to turn on your camera. Now you can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, the honorable judges and committee. Previously, my name is Sylvia Jultika Sari Febrian and my partner Paditeka Putri, but unfortunately she was unable to attend because at the time there were still class activities, and we are from the neoclassical team. On this occasion, we will present broadening economy principle with new innovation, more environmentally friendly with the research method used, namely the qualitative method. Okay, before entering this presentation session, we are very grateful to the 20 20th Economic QI for giving me the great opportunity to be able to participate in the paper competition. And this is the first economic paper competition that we take part in with the case studies that have been determined. It makes us interested in discussing a deeper focus on the cause of climate change itself, which have something to do with economic actors. Well, can we move to the next slide? Okay, for the next, can we move to the next slide, committee? Okay, well, on this slide, I will explain the introduction, where there are several points that we describe, namely, for first, environmentally problems that are mostly caused by economic industrial products that are not environmentally friendly. Yes, that's sure. As we can see, ladies and gentlemen, many environmental problems come from producing goods that ultimately have an adverse effect on the environment. For example, in the production of plastic waste, vehicles that produce negative impact on the current climate, the shift in composition from agriculture to industrial production or industrialization is the main determinant of change in environmental quality as a consequence of economic development. Not a few research results show that there is a positive relationship between economic growth and environmental pollution. In fact, this phenomenon generally occurs in developing countries. Or the second, then, from the earlier matter which apparently still exists today, this is actually a bad cause for the climate. Everything is still happening because there is still a need for people to produce goods, making them unable to escape the continuous use of the goods. And this is a challenge too, because we can't just stop it. Then for third, as I previously explained, this happened due to a lack of public awareness and habits that were difficult to change. As we can see, people are used to using plastic disposable clothes and private vehicle rather than public vehicle, which have become a habit over time. And this will be quite difficult to change apart from their own awareness. Therefore, awareness is also important to be instilled. From this problem, from this problem and a challenge, of course, we need something that can change the bad things into something that has a better impact. One of them is by creating a new innovation that can change the use and production of goods that are not environmentally friendly, as well as the use of goods whose energy is non-renewable. Okay, we move to the next slide. For the next slide is we turn to the research overview. Okay, for the next slide, committee can next to the next slide. Okay, for the next slide is we can be done to keep the environment friendly and increases public awareness. What can be done to keep the environmentally friendly and increase public awareness? This is a question mark in our writing, whether the action is so that when the environmental economy is running, it is not disrupt and public awareness of the environment can increase. Okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, we go to the next slide. All right, then we turn to the discussion and analysis. Here there are several points that we describe again, namely about the first discussion analysis. In studies that are estimated to have a major influence on climate change, with the current industrial and economic development based on the reports by the International Energy Agency, or IEA, industry accounts for 37% of total global energy use, of which 30% is consumed by high-rise building. One-time use is now enough to become one cause of climate change in this world. And this is quite doubtful for many parties because of the fact is that those who own the industry certainly want to continue to maintain their profits. Therefore, this will be quite a challenge in the economy so that it can be balanced with environmental sustainability. For the second, innovation can come from anywhere. One thing that makes me interested in this point and believed that innovation is a solution to various problems including in this environment, is that I look in the mirror at one of the developed countries. Yeah, we can see Japan, where they really accommodate various innovation from the wider community, be it children and adults. Everyone is free to express their brilliant ideas, even ideas that have never even been thought of. And with that, they are able to create new things that become solution to problems. And that's where the lesson can be done to bring about new innovation. We need from a wide community. For the third, the use of alternative material to become environmentally friendly materials will get many benefits. Materials are one of the main structure in the production goods, because by selecting the right materials, the result to be obtained will also be in accordance with what is selected. So in order to produce goods that are more environmentally friendly, we need to choose materials that are more environmentally friendly, also friendly to the environment and does not have a bad effect over a long period of time. For the fourth, ladies and gentlemen, we get attention and increase awareness from the community by educating and inviting them to care actively. As I previously mentioned, we need innovation to find solution, and everyone is free to innovate as they please. One thing that is, of course, very important is that there must be aware from them first so that innovation can be created. We can also see that climate action is also a goal that is focused on by various countries in the SDGs section of Goal 6, as well as their joint contribution to the 7 goals of the partnership between countries, where there is a relationship between each other. One that can become a business opportunities in the economy, one of which is creating a tool that has a good impact on the environment. Remembering my first story, one of the innovation that I and my friends researched when we were student action in Japan, we created an idea about mobile smoke free, where we described the creation of this attractive item will create a huge profit for both the economic actors and the customer, who of course really need it. I think it will be a very good idea. It will develop further in the future. And the fact is also here that economic actor must be flexible in collaborating with the people in the various fields. First, the SDGs adhere to the latest sustainability models, no longer a pillar which look at the economy, social, and environmental separately, or the triple bottom line which sees an tree, but a nested model which look at the relationship of the tree in a comprehensive manner. The economy is part of social and social part of the environment. This means that the SDGs see that there are no separate or contradictory goals between the three. Strictly speaking, this also means that only economic firms that are subject to social interest and environmental sustainability are allowed to be built in the 2016 to 2030 period. Second, in its formal conceptual form, the environment is that as one of the 6 essential elements of the SDGs, namely planet, people, dignity, property, justice, and partnership. If we pay attention, the element of people and dignity enter into what is known as social, while property and justice enter into the economy. This confirms that the carrying capacity of the environment is used to build conditions for a dignity society as well as a just form of the economy. Okay, we go to the last, to conclusion and recommendation. Okay, with this innovation, it can be a solution to climate change caused by the production of goods that are not friendly to the environment, and to be able to produce this innovation, we need to make many people aware of this importance of caring for the environment, which will encourage ideas from many people, and of course contribution from economic actors is also really needed here, where they are equipped to think about the long term of the good they produce in the future, so as not to cause loss. One thing that is also my advice for business people is to pay attention to innovation opportunities that will have a big impact on their economy. Okay, maybe that's all I can convey in my presentation this time. Sorry if there are shortcomings in what I convey. I really hope that after this I can get feedback from all the judges here, which of course will be useful for me in the future. Maybe that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Neoclassical, for the presentation. Now we can move on to the question and answer session with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can unmute your microphones and proceed to ask your respective questions. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Maybe I can start first. Thank you, Sylvia, for your presentation. But again, I just have two questions for clarification because I think your presentation is quite general. Maybe that's why I would need some clarification on some of the issues that you raised. The first question is the new innovations. I think this seems to be the main idea that you put forth in this paper, right? The importance of new innovations on how they can be leveraged on to address environmental problems, as you said, and to find solutions. But again, I'm not very clear on what these new innovations are, Sylvia. And if you can further explain to us and give specific examples if you can, particularly when you talk about industries that are expected to have important impact, right, in terms of addressing these environmental issues. So that is the first question. The second question is about public awareness. Again, this is something that you repeated a bit in your presentation, but it's not also very clear to me how public awareness can be used to effectively address these environmental issues or problems. So I would like you to please elaborate more on this. And if you can also give examples from the perspective of Indonesia, I think that would really be very helpful. Again, remember that you're developing a policy brief. Therefore, I think you need to be very clear in terms of what recommendations that you want to suggest in your paper. And that's why I think coming up with more concrete suggestions or examples will be very useful here. And that's the reason that I would like you to elaborate on those two issues, Sylvia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, judges. Permission to answer your question. For the first question, what the new innovation can I give here? Because it's too general and I should make it more specific. The reason that why I don't put it specific because we think that everyone have a lot of innovation, like maybe on technology, maybe on another action. So that's why in our paper we put there a general innovation and from the new innovation with the public awareness, it has a relationship, which is we're promoting to other people about climate action and how we should fix it. And then if we also already promote to other people, then we okay, I'm sorry. So if we already promote to other people about about the climate actions, we will invite them to accommodate their ideas, which is maybe it will become innovation for us, new innovation. Okay, I can learn from my last experience that I already get a new. I already get some things about climate actions, and we learned about that together. Then I get a lot of things there, and then they are asked me to make a new idea. What my brilliant idea for fix the climate actions, and we make a group like to like one team is uh, for people, and we are discuss about how to fix about climate change, and we are thinking together. We have idea, so we make a new innovation there, like we make one thing that's namely mobile smoke free. Then we make a lot of things there, from technology and from another things, and so that's why we think that we don't put specific things there, because we think that everyone will have so many innovation there, maybe like that.
But don't you think it will be more convincing, right, to come up with some suggestions, right, so that you can make your ideas clear? Because right now, I think when I listen to your explanation again, it's not very clear to me. For example, how innovations can actually help address those issues. So I haven't read your paper, so I don't know whether that was explained in the paper, but I think in the presentation that seems to be lacking. That's why I think it's very difficult to really understand how the importance of innovations. And of course, we know that it's important, but on the basis of your arguments, it's still kind of wanting, okay, to recognize why innovations are important. Similarly, in terms of the public awareness, I think we know that it's a very important issue. We need to change the mindset, right, of the people. But again, to be able to convincing argument, Sylvia, we need to have some very specific ideas in terms of how public awareness, for example, can be leveraged on to help address the environmental issues that you mentioned. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges.
So, okay, thanks, Sylvia, for the presentation. I agree with Dr. Aladdin. It was general, like, because the topic was about transformative pathways for circular low carbon economy. I think the word circular was like
recording stopped.
Yeah, it would have been good if you would have also touched about circularity under the environmental context. And yeah, so because it was mostly about the innovation and the environment. So circularity is a pathway to achieving environmental goals in a way. So, and in fact, like one of your slide was saying that environmental issues are caused by economic problems. That's correct. But if we take it another way around,
Recording in progress.
we are finding now, because of this topic, we are trying to find solutions through economic agents, the same. So it's a reverse kind. So there, that would have been like an added advantage where you can say that the problem is caused by economic agents, partly. Then we are also finding the solution through those same economic agents, through production decisions, through consumption decisions, through government spendings, through financial markets investment. So yeah, it would be good if you can like taking that route of pathways of circularity how you will trying to deal with the innovation, even if you know something about Indonesian context, that will be fine.
Are you going to respond, Sylvia, or should I move on with my
Yeah,
comment?
maybe Ha can say something, I think.
I don't have any new things to say because as my other colleagues have already mentioned, your presentation is very general. So there's no substance there that, for here we are looking at specific recommendations, right? We know that innovation is important, but what kind of innovation and how the mechanism will work. So I have one comment and one question. My comment is, starting from the beginning introduction, you mentioned like a lot, mostly caused by industrial production, or there are lots of production of goods that are bad for the climate. It will be much more convincing if you can provide some references or statistics to support your argument. Because even though it's common knowledge, still that kind of generalization will weaken your argument from the beginning. And yeah, along the presentation, as we can see, all the points are very generally discussed. My question is, are you aware of ongoing government efforts or initiatives related to innovations and circular economy in the case of Indonesia? Because in order to provide policy recommendations, first you need to understand what has been done, or what is the goal, what the government is trying to achieve, and how your recommendation and your analysis can fit into that policy agenda. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the recommendation. And that's all right. Maybe in our paper we still general and there's not specific, and that still make we are confused about what are we mean in our paper actually, like what we want to focus about, what the innovation one we to focus about. Like we were thinking we use research that are more environmentally friendly. That's the point. That's what we want to, what the goals we write this paper. Like for example, in the use of plastic and its material, in our opinion, we need research that are more environmentally friendly. So for the innovation, maybe for the next we want to focus about technology and something that will make will make it better. And yeah, we feel sorry for that because our paper is still general and we still can't make it specifically. But thank you so much for your recommendation, and this is very useful for us for the future.
Yeah, I think I don't have any other questions. Yeah. So.
Yeah, same here. I think maybe you can take our comments constructively, Sylvia, in terms of how you can further improve your paper. Because as we mentioned earlier, in developing a very good policy brief, you need to have a very good understanding of the issues, right, in the first place, before you can really come up with some recommendations at the end of your paper. So maybe take it as advice from us when later on when you and your teammates start revising the paper to make it more focused. You need to really ask a very concrete research question, and then based on that question, develop that, coming up with more arguments that can really support the main thesis of your paper. So I think from my end, I don't have any all questions at all. Maybe just advice to you that since you're still at the young stage of doing a research paper, this will be a good opportunity for you to learn, and also later on develop a paper that you think will be, as based on our comments, will be more specific in terms of substance and in terms of recommendations. Yeah, thank you. Maybe Hal will have some parting words.
No, not really. So I share the same points with other judges. I think it's a good starting point. At least you have identified some area of interest, that is innovation and how it can contribute to circular economy. So at least it's a good because you have identified the theme, but then it will require more work to really dig into the issue, looking at different aspects, what have been done, what can be done further, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, so that your recommendation can be concrete and can be operational. Okay, otherwise it will just stay on the paper. So wish you good luck on your research journey, and thank you very much.
There's still 10 minutes. Are there any
There are still 7 minutes. Are there any more questions?
No, we don't have any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we deeply apologize to have to interrupt you here, but I'm afraid the time is up. So to Team Neoclassical, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for making it this far. Moreover, thank you to the educators for putting our participants to the test. This marks the end of the last session of the grand finals presentation of the 20th Economix.
I would like to invite our educators to provide general feedback for today's event. Maybe we can start from Mr. Adil Khan Mianko. So, Mr. Adil, what do you think about the delegates' presentation overall?
Yeah, so thanks for inviting to comment on the session. So it was like a good event, and I think at that stage it is a good stage. It gives them a good opportunity to evaluate process. That's what they have to do in future. I think that will help them in their learning and in the job market also, because this platform, I think, will help them to polish their skills and the way they have to think and approach the policy issues. So I think from that perspective, it was helpful for both for the educators and for the participants, because we also have an opportunity to listen to fresh thinking of the young ones, how they're coaching, and yeah. So thanks. Yeah, it was a good event. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you, sir. I think, yeah, this is a very helpful event, both maybe for of course the delegates, as they learn so much from the real people who are on the field, like you guys who are actually dealing with the world economics. Yeah, I guess it's a very good opportunity for our delegates also to actually learn from the best. And for the next feedback, maybe we can ask Dr. Aladin Rilo. So, Dr. Rilo, what are your comments about the delegates' presentation?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is a very good opportunity for young people to be able to address issues and to present their ideas on those issues. I really enjoyed the presentations, particularly some presentations were really very good in terms of being able to present the right issues and also to argue. I think those presentations are very promising. And I also think that this kind of event is very productive in terms of engaging the young minds, right? And to help us also to help understand the issues that are we seeing here. I think our advantage here being because we are policymakers, we've been there before. So I think hopefully our suggestions and advice are useful to the students. But I just want to say that please keep on going. I think it's very good to note that there are students who are very much interested to do research because research is very important. The issues right now are getting more complicated, not only in Indonesia, but in the world economy. Therefore, if we can have the young people like you to get interested in those issues, I think that is very, for me, very encouraging. So I really want to see this event to continue, and hopefully we get more interesting papers also. But I think the bottom line here is that we should keep on asking the right questions, so that at the end of the day we can also exercise our critical thinking in terms of understanding those issues. Overall, I really enjoy this. My task to be an educator here, and then hopefully we can do it again next time. Thank you so much.
Found your advices. I also found your advices and inputs very useful. I also really hope the Economix event can produce more young researchers and continue to contribute in the field of economics. So maybe now we can move on to Dr. Duanti Ha. What do you think about the whole grand final session, Dr. Duanti Ha?
Well, thank you. It's really impressive. For me, it's really encouraging to see how well informed and motivated and dynamic young students are these days. They seem to keep up well with pressing economic and also social issues, which I think are very important to become competent and responsible citizens. For the organizers, I also highly appreciate this initiative of having this kind of competition as an annual event to kind of challenge the young people, to give them a playing field to demonstrate and sharpen their critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So I do hope that this can serve as a kind of encouragement and also an opportunity for them to learn further about research, to keep trying, keep searching, and keep challenging themselves. So again, thank you very much for having me here as an educator. It's a great pleasure, and I look forward to seeing some faces maybe in area or somewhere else in the near future. Thank you.
Oh, I see. I believe so too, ma'am. I think it was a very amazing event, and of course, we're the ones who want to thank you, all the educators, for your efforts in this competition. Even for us who are watching, even on the sidelines, we can know things that are maybe only known if you are really on the field. Implications, and also maybe the policies that are really on the field. So I think it is a very good opportunity for us, even the organizers, and of course our delegates, to actually be here in our competition. So that was a very noteworthy way to end the event. We have now reached the end of the opening ceremony, and I would like to say thank you to all the delegates and of course our honorable board of educators from area.
We would also like to say thank you for taking the time to attend the 20th Economix event and paper competition.
We wish you the best of luck for today and the future. My name is Michael Abimanyu.
My name is Natanaya Adristi, and
We are the Masters of Ceremony for the 20 Economix Grand Finals, and we are signing off.
Well, thank you very much and hope to see you.
I hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, adjudicators.